Thank you.
Good morning. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Kristen Gunnell and I'm appearing as legal counsel for KiwiRail Holdings Limited. Firstly, just thank you very much for accommodating the KiwiRail presentation online and also for accommodating our request for a specific time to accommodate Ms. Grinlington Hancock's mediation in the Environment Court today. It's greatly appreciated. So I'm here today with Michelle Grinlington Hancock, who is the RMA team leader for KiwiRail, and also with Alex Gifford, who is providing expert planning evidence on behalf of KiwiRail. And just to check you're okay hearing and seeing us?
Yes, we can see you on the screen and the sound quality is very good, thank you.
Fantastic, excellent. It's not always the case, so that's great to hear.
Let's cross our fingers, but thank you. So we have received your documentation and have read in advance, but it would be helpful if you could just sort of take us through the high notes of your legal submissions and then introduce your witnesses. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So you'll be aware that the key issue that KiwiRail would like to present on today relates to setbacks from the rail line, and KiwiRail is seeking a 5-metre safety setback for buildings and structures from the rail corridor boundary in all zones adjacent to the rail corridor with an associated matter of discretion. And Ms. Grinlington Hancock will provide further detail, but just to reiterate, the purpose of a rail setback control is to avoid those health and safety issues caused by people entering the rail corridor because they do not have enough space on their own properties. It also mitigates against incursions into the rail corridor, therefore allowing for the continued safe and efficient operation of the rail network as nationally significant infrastructure. The panel will be aware that KiwiRail land is not ordinary land. Heavy freight trains run regularly through this corridor. The panel will also be aware that KiwiRail is able to undertake all manner of rail activities within its designation, including adding or moving track closer to the boundary. And so we disagree with the Council Office's Section 42A summary report that implies that where there is sufficient land around the rail tracks, that could act as a sufficient buffer. The KiwiRail land is KiwiRail's land and it shouldn't be used by other parties, but it also, just because KiwiRail doesn't currently have tracks there, doesn't mean that there aren't dangerous activities being undertaken adjacent to those tracks, or that KiwiRail is entitled within its designation powers to move that track or have siding yards or shunting or any other manner of changes within the life of this plan. So yeah, I guess just to be more descriptive, we're not talking about popping over to your neighbour's place in your suburban street when you need to clear your gutters. Accessing a third-party residential property is not likely to be dangerous to either the person encroaching or the activities being undertaken on that neighbouring land. Encroachment in the rail corridor is an entirely different proposition and one which could have very significant consequences. We're talking about operational rail and freight corridors. The person encroaching is at risk from moving trains. And so just to reiterate, the purpose of the RMA and that enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and their health and safety, that is an important component of that purpose. Enabling developments to be maintained safely and lawfully adjacent to the rail corridor is in accordance with the Council's obligations under Section 4074(1)(b) of the RMA. And so I guess just to sum up, which you'll hear more from Ms. Grinlington Hancock and Mr. Gifford on, that the 5-metre setback proposed is intended to protect people from potential safety risks of developing near the rail corridor and allows for the continued safe and efficient operation of that nationally significant infrastructure. And in my submission, the proposed setback is pragmatic and reasonable. So that, I guess, was a very high-level overview and intro to the evidence that will be presented by Ms. Grinlington Hancock and Mr. Gifford. I'm happy to take questions now or wait until you hear from their presentations and we can answer questions as a group at the end.
I think we'll get straight into the evidence, and if we have any legal questions arising, we'll come back to you. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass to Michelle.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Grimlinton-Hancock. I'm the manager of the RMA team for KiwiRail. I don't propose to read my statement in full, but give a summary of key points. I would also note that I am an RMA planner by profession, but I'm appearing in a corporate capacity and will leave all planning related questions to Mr. Gifford. The importance of rail in Timaru. The rail network is nationally a significant infrastructure asset. It is fundamental to the safe and efficient movement of people and goods throughout New Zealand. The benefits of rail are well known. For example, rail produces at least 70% less carbon emissions per tonne of freight compared to road freight or heavy road freight. The key rail line in the Timaru district is the Main South Line. The Main South Line is a very busy line that has planned use multiple times a day, 6 days a week. The Timaru to Washdyke portion of the line currently services between 12 and 14 trains a day, while there are 10 trains that run through the Timaru district without stopping. KiwiRail expects that train movements in this line will only become busier as demand for rail freight continues to grow. It is critical to protect and provide for the ongoing operation and future development of the rail network by including appropriate controls in the proposed plan. Turning to setbacks. Setbacks provide a physical distance between development and the rail corridor boundary. To be clear, the primary purpose of a setback is as a safety buffer rather than to mitigate against rail noise and or vibration. And KiwiRail appreciates this was acknowledged by the council officers. The setback mitigates against the need for people to enter the rail corridor by providing enough space for activities, like building maintenance, to occur on adjoining sites without those people being forced to access the rail corridor because of a lack of space. The rail corridor has a very different and high consequence risk profile compared with entering other sites. People entering the rail corridor are at significant risk to their own safety and are a significant risk to train operators. The Main South Line carries heavy freight trains that travel at speed. KiwiRail workers also carry out other dangerous activities within the rail corridor, like the use of welding equipment to maintain track. Without an adequate setback distance, landowners who need to use and access their buildings for maintenance or carry out other activities on their properties would need to ask KiwiRail for permission to access the rail corridor, or, if they don't ask permission, trespass onto the rail corridor and run the risk of being hit by a train. A permit to access regime is incredibly disruptive to the rail network as it requires on-site safety personnel or potentially the temporary closing of a part of the track. In my opinion, the better planning outcome is to provide an adequate setback within the landowner's own property. The 5 metre setback distance sought by KiwiRail enables essential maintenance activities to be undertaken. This would enable landowners to use and maintain buildings on their property safely without encroaching to the rail corridor. In addition to allowing sufficient space for maintenance, setbacks also protect rail operations from interference and ensure the safety of communities located near the rail network. I disagree with the council officer that setback controls are sought for very limited purposes. I also disagree with the council officer that a setback would result in a substantial area of land being unable to be developed. Firstly, the controls do not apply to existing buildings. Secondly, the matters of discretion sought by KiwiRail mean that resource consent can be granted to build within the setback area, provided that adjoining landowners show that the safety concerns associated with being next to an operational rail corridor can be adequately managed. That was all I proposed to talk to today, but I'm happy to take any questions later.
Thank you. The panel will have questions for you, but just to flesh out your evidence, can you help us understand what the sort of national approach is for KiwiRail and is there an accepted approach that other districts are taking that Timaru should fall in line with, or is this a really ad hoc process?
No, it's not an ad hoc process. This is one that I've been involved with in a number of different districts as they've gone through their district plan review processes. KiwiRail is consistent in asking for 5 metres. We have prepared a Section 32, which isn't quite available right at this minute, but we can furnish it to the panel by the end of the week, which sets out the rationale for the 5 metre setback. Some districts have accepted 5 metres, some have accepted 4, and there have been mediated outcomes in terms of Environment Court appeals, which have led to different numbers in very specific circumstances, but KiwiRail specifically has requested 5 metres in a number of consistently. Sorry.
And in other districts, are there alternatives to the setback in terms of things like advisory notes or some other non-regulatory method that might achieve the same outcomes?
In all other district plans I've been involved with, it's been a set of rules and controls with, and nothing more than a restricted discretionary activity.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solomon?
No, that's all quite clear.
Yeah.
Stacey Scott, Councillor Stacey Scott here. Thank you very much for the oversight on the KiwiRail in the Timaru district. Following on from that question, the question I had was around, and I talked about this on Monday, is actually understanding the current corridor. So there's evidence in here, and I'm sorry I can't just point it out right now, but it talks about that some areas already have that setback or already has that corridor. And so there's only particular areas within the rail corridor in our district now that it would apply to. And I wonder if it would be beneficial to actually get a corridor map from KiwiRail on what currently exists and what areas would be affected if a 5 metre setback was actually put in place, because it's very hard to visualise that. And I think a simple map would actually show what is currently there and what would need to be increased in particular areas, especially obviously in the rural areas. We already know that those areas probably already have that, and farmers are farming the corridor with permission from KiwiRail. So I just wonder if there would be a benefit in that.
We're happy to furnish you with a map if that would be of assistance.
Really appreciate that, thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you. We'll now move to your planning evidence.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Alex Gifford and I'm a senior planner with AGP Consulting. I don't propose to read my evidence in full, but would just like to highlight a few key points within it. I've also read Ms Hollier's Section 42A summary statement from the 17th of July, which I'll touch on at the end. Firstly, I would just like to highlight that the provisions within the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement provide clear direction to locate and design development in such a way that is compatible with regionally significant infrastructure. This includes direction to avoid development that limits the ability of regionally significant infrastructure to be used without operational constraints related to safety. It also includes direction to avoid development which adversely affects the safe and efficient and effective functioning of strategic transport networks. The proposed plan provides similar direction within the transport chapter and includes Objective 01, which seeks land transport infrastructure that is safe, efficient and sustainable, and also Policy P6, which provides direction that to achieve this objective, development should be designed in such a way that supports the safe and efficient operation of land transport infrastructure. So, in summary, there is clear direction both within the regional policy statement and the proposed plan that development should be designed so that it does not compromise the safe and efficient operation of the rail network. Considering this and Ms Grinland and Hancock's evidence, I've recommended several changes to the proposed plan to implement this policy direction and help achieve these objectives. These changes are to include the 5 metre setback standard in all zones adjacent to the rail corridor, except the general rural zone, which already includes an adequate setback from the boundary of 10 metres. To include the term structures within the setback standards is based on Ms. Grinland and Hancock's evidence structures can create the same safety issues as buildings. And to include 2 additional matters of discretion within the setback standards, and this is to provide clear guidance to plan users on the effects to be considered during a resource consent process. And finally, in addition to policy P3 in the city centre zone, and this is to connect the policy direction to the rail setback standard I've recommended, and also to provide direction to plan users that buildings covering the whole site within this zone may not always be appropriate when adjacent to the rail corridor. With the inclusion of these changes, buildings and structures within the 5 metre setback would require a resource consent as a restricted discretionary activity, with the exception of the large format retail zone where, under the current rule wording, a non-compliance with the setback standard requires resource consent as a non-complying activity. So overall, in my opinion, the inclusion of the setbacks is an efficient method to implement the policy direction within the regional policy statement and proposed plan, and will help achieve the objectives. As I mentioned earlier, I have reviewed Ms. Hollier's Section 42A summary statement from last week, and I'd like to note that I agree with Ms. Hollier that the term railway corridor, which is used in the setback standard, is not defined, and applying the legal property boundary may in some locations go beyond what is necessary. So to help resolve this, I suggest using the railway designation boundary for setbacks, as this is mapped within the proposed district plan and clearly identifiable. The summary also notes that in the medium density residential zone, mixed use zone, large format retail zone and city centre zone, the railway is located at the bottom of a cliff, and that this may be relevant to the efficiency of applying a setback. Just in relation to this, I note that a resource consent application is already required for buildings and structures as a controlled activity within the mixed use zone, large format retail zone and city centre zone. So the inclusion of setbacks here does not create an additional cost to landowners in terms of having to apply for a resource consent. The remaining zone identified was the medium density residential zone, and from a desktop review, a cliff doesn't appear to be present in all locations where this zone adjoins the rail corridor. Also, would like to note that a resource consent would be required as a restricted discretionary activity with fairly limited matters of discretion. So, provided the applicant can demonstrate that their activity can be completed safely, it's likely that their resource consent would be granted. That was all I proposed to talk to today, and I'm happy to take questions from the panel.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. I have a few questions for you. In your evidence in chief at paragraph 6.15,
Can you just clarify the numbering? I've got 6.5 or 6.1, but not 6.15, sorry.
615, the last paragraph of section 6.
Oh, my mistake. 6.15, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've talked there about a number of plans, for example, Christchurch, Dunedin, Selwyn, Western Bay of Plenty and Auckland Unitary, including similar size building setbacks from the rail corridor, very much in the way being sought here. Have you got some example? Have you used those examples to develop what you've put forward in terms of the proposed provisions?
So, yeah, KiwiRail has a standard set of provisions which they do include in submissions, and I've included that commentary there around the other plans more for context, but the actual provisions sought is typically a setback standard, and then that links to the rules which support it.
Okay, and those setback standards in those plans, are they setback from the designation as you've suggested here?
I'd have to ask Ms. Grinland and Hancock to confirm because I wasn't involved in the preparation of those standards, but I believe the designation boundary is KiwiRail's preferred approach.
Yes, that would be quite consistent with the approach in other areas.
I can confirm that it is the designation boundary that's generally taken.
Okay, thank you. And also, Mr. Gifford, we have had, as you'll be aware, in Ms. Hollier's summary statement, she has provided that additional analysis in the table regarding permitted height limit, boundary setbacks and railway line per zone. Could you just talk us through that table in the sense of whether the kind of blanket 5 metre setback is appropriate?
Yeah, sure. So
That would be helpful,
I guess
thank you.
firstly that this question does link to Ms. Grinland and Hancock's evidence, which includes a diagram which explains why or how the 5 metre setback was developed. And the 5 metre setback is developed based on, I guess, needing space to erect scaffolding and then also running the risk of objects falling off, say, a 2-storey building and how far those objects may travel. The 5 metre setback there uses, I guess, the lowest building, the 2-storey height. So if you actually refer to the diagram, I'm not sure if you've got it to hand, but when you get to those higher storey buildings, technically you would actually need more than a 5 metre setback to avoid an object falling into the rail corridor completely. I understand, and again, Ms. Grinland and Hancock, jump in if you need to, but I understand KiwiRail has gone for the 5 metre setback because it is a reasonable and pragmatic distance. If you were to apply 10, 15 metre setbacks for those higher buildings, it starts to become a little bit more unreasonable. So that, I haven't gone through the table, sorry, but that's how the setbacks were developed.
Thank you, that's really helpful. I'm just looking at that diagram now, and so that's useful. So that red dotted line on that diagram, does that represent the designation boundary of the rail corridor?
No, it doesn't. So what we tried to do was put a boundary and a height recession plane on it, because one of the questions we've had previously is how does a height recession plane impact on a requirement for a yard? So essentially the calculations of space are based on the gap required between the scaffold and the building first off, then the scaffolding plus any support structures, plus space for a person to be able to access around that. And then there's the dropped object, which is the darker dotted red line. And as Mr. Gifford mentioned, for much taller buildings, ideally there would be more than 5 metres, but we're trying to be pragmatic about this. The other thing to recognise is that with a lot of much taller buildings, often there is mechanisms attached to the building that you can then change what your options are in terms of how you maintain that building, which may mean a lesser space is required. There are lots of options, and we recognise that. What we've really tried to do is base this on what is the most likely option to be chosen by Joe Public, who may have a lesser understanding of health and safety requirements and all those other things that a professional would understand, but someone just wanting to paint their house or do other things or get up on the roof might not necessarily understand.
Thank you. And the Section 32 analysis that you've mentioned,
Yes.
what exactly is the focus of that evaluation in terms of how that might assist us?
The focus of that evaluation is it's a true Section 32. It goes through the rationale for the 5 metres, and then it goes through all of the usual planning considerations in a Section 32. It also includes an economic consideration as well, because we've had a number of questions over all of the processes about what is the cost of having this 5 metre setback and the impingement on a property owner as a result
Thank you, that's been very helpful.
Just following on for those questions and referring to your graph of the 12 metre, 9.5, 6.5 building setbacks, as this request is around health and safety, is there any particular areas within the corridor right now that have a 12 metre building, 9.5, 6.5, that are a real area of concern to you? And if so, that would be great to be highlighted as well in a map, because the blanketed approach, or is there particular pockets within the current corridor that are of real concern for health and safety?
We will furnish you with a map.
Very much.
Can I just flip back to Mr. Gifford in terms of his planning evidence? Are you going to, Mr. Gifford, are you going to be the author of the Section 32 evaluation, or is that going to be someone else?
No, it's not me at this stage. I believe it'll be someone else.
Okay. I just wondered also whether in preparing your evidence you had given any thought to whether there were more appropriate alternatives than the blanket corridor, picking up on this, the comment by Councillor Scott in terms of whether there are particular areas where this may be more appropriate, or whether it is a one-size-fits-all. Had you given any consideration to that?
Yeah. So, I mean, the starting point is a 5 metre setback in all areas, because this is focusing on new development. So, as we're looking forward, it's very hard to identify a particular area of concern when we don't know where that development is, right? Someone may propose a hotel right in the corridor in the rural zone in 5 years' time, and then we'll have to come along and deal with it then. So it is hard to not use a blanket setback of 5 metres, and as I mentioned earlier, the 5 metre setback is the smaller of the ones that are linked to that diagram. So it is the least amount KiwiRail thinks they need. I've also actually considered other alternatives that KiwiRail has in terms of planning options, and really it's including the setbacks and a potential resource consent process, or KiwiRail could try and designate a wider rail corridor. But that's not favoured, as it's actually more restrictive on the adjoining landowners, because if KiwiRail were to designate their land, the landowners would require written approval from KiwiRail to actually do anything within that designated area. So I guess the decision then sits with KiwiRail entirely, rather than going through a resource consent process and having council, I guess, be the third party to come to a decision.
Within the rule framework, is it anticipated that it would be a limited notification type resource consent where KiwiRail would be a party, or is it open-ended for the council to determine whether anybody should be notified?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't recall whether the proposed plan does have a statement around limited notification. So assuming it doesn't for the moment, then it would be up to the council officer to decide whether or not the effects warrant notification to KiwiRail or any other party.
And Ms. Grinlinton mentioned the sort of motivator for this, in a sense, is to protect Joe Public from doing things that might compromise their safety. From a planning perspective, do you have an opinion on whether, in fact, a consent process is the most appropriate way to bring that to the attention of Joe Public? How will they know if they put up scaffolding that they need a resource consent?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like any person in the public, right? They need to be aware of the district plan and of the rules that are there. it's up to the individual at the end of the day, other than some sort of publication or campaign outlining that these setbacks exist in the district plan, which I'm not suggesting. It really does fall onto the landowner to be aware of the rules and requirements of the district plan, like any other landowner.
Apologies, if I could just add to Mr. Gifford's response. I guess it's not the scaffolding that would require the resource consent, it's the building or structure that would be within that 5 metres that would require the resource consent. And so, as with any other standards in a plan, if you're designing a building, the onus is on the landowner to make sure they meet the permeable area or the impermeable area or the height in relation to boundary or the whatever other standards might apply. I'm sure some landowners don't look at the district plan and then are at the risk of enforcement action, but it would be in the mix with any of those other performance standards that someone needs to consider when they are building and designing their house. And I guess feedback from the economic assessment that is underpinning the Section 32, Ms. Grinlington Hancock recognised, is that in most instances design, especially as buildings get higher, it's not that significant to look at that setback and design around it, like you need to design around any other performance standards or building code standards when you're in building consent stage.
So just to be clear, so it's not intended that this rule would catch an existing building within that setback, and that the activities that are might undertake in relation to those buildings?
No, it's requiring any new buildings or alterations to buildings to look at that setback rule. If you currently have a building, then you've got existing use rights, and this rule would not apply to you.
So KiwiRail is not concerned about people's safety in that circumstance?
KiwiRail is always concerned about people's safety, but there is a limit to what KiwiRail can do to existing buildings because of the legal framework that allows that protection of existing use rights. Okay,
well, a legal question then for you, Ms. Gunnell, is it appropriate then to have some kind of notation on a title or on a limb that would draw landowners' attention not only to the rule in the plan but the safety risk in relation to proximity to the rail?
I would always, I guess legally, limbs are a collection of council's information about a property, and my understanding is the rail corridor would generally be a feature that would be identified in a limb, depending on the different council and how they pull information. I would think it would be eminently sensible if there was when you were doing activities near a rail corridor, it is a risky area and could create risk to you or the rail operator. Something along those lines would be fantastic, and I'm sure KiwiRail would support that type of information. Thank you. And just a follow-up question on the Section 32. I mean, it's good to hear that work's being undertaken, but I guess my observation is I'm somewhat surprised that it hasn't already been undertaken, given that this is a particular rule that KiwiRail is seeking to roll out across a number of districts. Are you able to comment, or perhaps Ms. Grinlington, on why that hasn't occurred so far? I can give you some introductory comments from my experience, and like Ms. Grinlington Hancock, I've been involved in a few of these processes. When this sort of first and I guess 1.5 generation of RMA plans were put in place, setbacks of this kind of size were quite common, and there wasn't sort of, I guess, a debate or a contentious issue around them, and so it wasn't something that KiwiRail was focusing a lot of resources on. As there's been intensification, the MDRS processes that went through last year and sort of, I guess, national direction of getting to very limited setbacks certainly heightened the focus, and KiwiRail began, I guess, receiving questions and requests for information from councils. And so that's when the work on the Section 32 really, I guess, gathered pace and sort of had effort and resources put into it. And I guess it involved a sort of a health and safety focus, the economics plus the planning, and so it has taken some time to put together. Michelle, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add from a KiwiRail perspective.
No, there's not. And look, this is This is something for the longest time that it wasn't questioned, but the NDRS really did put a huge amount of focus on intensification next to the rail corridor. And look, Kia Rail supports the intensification next to a rail corridor because, especially for Wellington and Auckland, which have metros attached to them, that is a really good thing. It's subject to, and this is something we always say is subject to the appropriate controls, just to make sure that, there are setbacks and there is noise attenuation as well, because, freight trains are noisy, and that's a whole different topic for another day. But setbacks and noise are the two things that Kia Rail is constantly having a conversation with councils about.
Thank you. Look, all of that's been really helpful, and we look forward to receiving the additional mapping and the Section 32 evaluation. So thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Section 42A, Ms. White.
Kia ora koutou. So my name is Liz White, so I've prepared the Section 42A report for the residential and commercial and mixed use zones. I don't propose to read through my summary statement, but I will just kind of work my way through it. So obviously the summary is brief. It deals with key issues raised in submissions and then follows through into essentially how that's been updated via the evidence filed. Corrections that I have identified to my report, and then yes, essentially just updating where the issues sit. And I have included some essentially updated recommendations responding to some of that evidence at this point. So in paragraph 3 of the summary statement, I've just reiterated there what I'd identified in the 42A report as key issues. So in the 42A report, they're included in a table, so I've just set them out there. I won't go through all of those because I think the pertinent points are in paragraphs 4 and 5. So in paragraph 4, I've just noted of those key issues identified in the 42A report, the areas where evidence has actually been lodged on some of those matters. So that relates to the retirement village related provisions. I think just on that, if I've understood the letter from RVA correctly, I think that they would still prefer their own suite of provisions, is my understanding. But in absence of that, I think they've identified 3 matters that if effectively the recommended version were to be accepted, that they would wish to have made to that, and I address that later on. But that's my understanding, is that there is still that overall outstanding issue, but in the alternate there are some measures also sought. The second thing is in terms of controls or submissions that related to having greater controls on-site amenity for residential units. There are some additional changes sought by Kāinga Ora. The third thing there is the zoning and provisions that apply to the Bidwell Hospital site. Next is in relation to the LFRZ provisions. In essence, that was quite a big issue in the submission. The recommendation addresses, as I understand it, a number of the issues raised in the submission, but there are some further ones which relate to better aligning the proposed provisions with what was provided for in the operative plan, and then in addition to that, kind of in a forward-looking focus, there's some additional activities that are slightly altered rule framework is sought for. And there's also an outstanding issue in terms of the design guidelines, so that's just a matter raised in a submission and reiterated further in the evidence of Harvey Norman. And then finally, so in addition to the zoning of the Bidwell site, there are 2 submitters who have filed evidence supporting rezoning of 2 sites that haven't been recommended in the 42A report to be rezoned. And then just at paragraph 5 of the summary statement, so there are also 3 issues that have been raised in evidence. So just to be clear, they were matters raised in the submission, it's just that they hadn't been identified as being a key issue, but they are outstanding in terms of the evidence that's been filed. So application of a veranda requirement to service stations, the provision of a policy pathway in the zone provisions, particularly with respect to development and upgrading of the national grid. And lastly, the one that you've just heard on, so the application of the setback standard sites adjacent to the rail corridor boundary. So in terms of corrections to my Section 42A report, so one of the submitters have noticed that I've provided a Section 32AA assessment for a rule that I haven't recommended a change to, which is obviously incorrect. So that sentence that I've highlighted there should essentially be removed from the 42A report because it doesn't relate to a recommended change. So the outstanding issues, obviously there's a table in Appendix A that goes through that a bit further. From paragraph 8 onwards, I've identified from paragraph 9 onwards, I've identified those things that, having read the evidence, I have been persuaded on and do wish to update my recommendations. In terms of the other matters, I think it's a case of waiting to hear the evidence in the panel questions and then coming back. So the ones that I do think are appropriate, just starting at A, so a consequence of recommending that the Harvey Norman land be rezoned LFRZ was the need to have a setback because it adjoined the general residential zone boundary. I've read Ms. Revai's evidence on that, and I consider that reducing the setback that I recommended is from 15 to 10 metres is appropriate. So I'm comfortable with that. Also in terms of the LFRZ, I also agree, for the reasons set out in evidence, that there are a couple of additional changes that are required to align that framework more correctly with what's provided in the operative plan. I've also noted that there has been some economic evidence submitted in relation to that as well, but it is effectively rolling over the operative plan, so I'm comfortable that those are things that I just essentially have missed in terms of the recommendation. In terms of the policy 1 in GRZ, I agree with amending that as sought by Kāinga Ora, so to refer to anticipated qualities and character, and that's consistent with other recommendations that I've made, so that's just aligning that with the other recommendations. Also agree with extending the matter of discretion to refer to the anticipated occupancy. My recollection of the Kāinga Ora evidence is that that was an either or, so I think they said we'd like to have this, but if not, at least add this to the matter of discretion. So my view is that, yeah, adding it to the matter of discretion is the appropriate way to address that. And then the next 3 relate to the matters identified in the Retirement Villages Association statement. So essentially it's changes to the retirement village related provisions. I'm comfortable with precluding limited notification where the standards are met. I think that was a misunderstanding of what they'd sought in their submission, but that's been clarified, that they're not seeking that they are exempted where the standards are not met from limited notification. They're comfortable with that. It's where you require a consent and you meet the standards. The only thing I've noted is that the change is not required to the GRZ, which does apply the standards, but the MRZ rule currently doesn't apply the standards. So I think there would be a need to actually apply the standards to that rule to be clearer, and then with the limited notification added essentially for if you meet those built form standards, then limited notification is precluded. Comfortable with including consideration of the benefits of retirement villages in the matter of discretion. And also I've reflected on the changes to the policy, and I accept that they'd inadvertently limited what benefits could be considered, and so I'm fine with removing that. So lastly, in paragraphs 10 and 11, this deals with the policy pathway, how the policy direction in the energy and infrastructure chapter and then the area specific provisions relate to each other. So this is something that's addressed in Transpower's evidence. So the three Section 42A officers have discussed this. We agree in principle with the issue that's been raised by Ms McLeod, which is that it's unclear how those two things relate at the moment. So it's really clear at a rule level. It says the rules in the Energy and Infrastructure chapter apply and those in the area-specific provisions do not. But at a policy level, that's not clear. What Transpower has sought in their submission, I guess, is a change to the policy framework in each zone to kind of acknowledge that kind of operational or functional need to be there. In her evidence, Ms McLeod suggests that there might be an alternative way to deal with it that focuses more on the Energy and Infrastructure chapter and making that relationship clear in the Energy and Infrastructure chapter rather than changing the policies across the area-specific. So our preliminary view is I think that that type of option is probably more appropriate because then you don't need to amend all the policies across the zone. But I think importantly, what we've thought about is that the actual changes sought would actually be broader than energy and infrastructure, things managed in the Energy and Infrastructure chapter. It would apply to any activity that had a functional or operational need. And I think that, or our thinking is that the justification for the change really comes from the Energy and Infrastructure objective and having the appropriate provisions to achieve that objective. And therefore, we think that probably that change needs to be limited to how it links back to the Energy and Infrastructure chapter. We haven't got any drafting at this stage. I think Ms McLeod's put forward two drafting options, so we need to have a little bit of a further think about that. But that's our current thinking, is that A, there is an issue, and B, we think the response to that issue probably sits in the Energy and Infrastructure chapter itself rather than changing the suite of policies across the plan. The only other thing that's not in my summary statement, but I just wanted to bring to the panel's attention, in terms of the large format retail zone, so the Showgrounds site, the submitter, who I think you're going to hear from next, has submitted economic evidence, and what I'm particularly interested in is the economic evidence relating to the changing the activity status for some additional activities, so not the stuff applying to effectively large format retail, but in terms of, I think it's community facilities, healthcare facilities and visitor accommodation. I've talked with the council's legal counsel, and we would be keen to just have a peer review undertaken only in relation to that aspect. In essence, just to test that through another set of eyes. From a timing perspective, obviously there hasn't been the opportunity to do that prior to coming in front of you. I have discussed it with their planner, and I think the planner is comfortable and understands that. I think we would intend to undertake the peer review and then provide that when we do our interim reply. But what I would say is that would be the pathway forward, I think, if the peer review didn't identify any issues. Obviously, that would just round it out. I think if there are any issues identified, I think our view is that the submitter should have the ability to respond to that. So obviously until the peer review is undertaken, can't sort of indicate, but I guess to identify to the panel that that's what we intend to do, and if there's any concerns about that or any directions that you want to make on how that's undertaken from a timing perspective, that would be helpful. But from our perspective, that was what we were planning to do.
Thank you, Ms White. Just picking up on that point, I had made a note just to seek clarification from you around your position on those issues, particularly because you appear to have conceded that there needs to be greater alignment between the operative plan and what's proposed, and that you, as I understand it, your revised recommendations are that you are comfortable with the gymnasium and the recreational activities. And what I couldn't quite understand from your report is why the visitor accommodation and healthcare facilities weren't in a similar situation in terms of your recommendations, and why you differentiated those.
So I think, in essence, they are not provided for in the operative plan in the manner that's sought in the evidence. I think that the distinction is that they're non-complying activities under the operative plan, and I think they would also be non-complying activities under the proposed plan framework, and what's sought is essentially a restricted discretionary pathway, so it is still a consent pathway. So essentially, I haven't provided you my position on that yet. I can indicate, I think, that if the peer review, I think the key issue there, well, I think there's two issues. One is from a planning perspective, thinking about those activities with respect to the purpose of the zone and how they fit. My gut feeling is that because I think the objective talks about primarily or primacy, I think, of large format retail, I don't think it precludes potentially a little bit more as long as it doesn't detract essentially from the primacy. And my kind of initial reaction is that that can be because a consent pathway is being put forward as opposed to a permitted activity. I think it allows for that type of consideration. The reason, I guess, for undertaking a peer review of the economics is essentially just for a robustness perspective, just to confirm the evidence put forward by the submitter, and that's more from the secondary issue, which I think is one of the key considerations in this zone, is ensuring that the development's undertaken in a way that doesn't detract from the city centre zone in particular. So in essence, it's just testing the evidence on that. So I think that if the economic peer review says, in essence, not necessarily saying they're going to be okay in all instances, but they're not necessarily bad in all instances, then I think that a consent pathway that allows for consideration on a case-by-case basis is probably appropriate. I would like to just reflect a little bit more perhaps on the matters of discretion and the extent to which they also address that consideration of making sure that those activities, it's more of a cumulative effects thing, those activities don't get to the point where they start to overtake the primary purpose of the zone, but I think that that can be addressed through matters.
If, well, we'll have an opportunity to speak to Redwood Group later this morning, but if that work could be done in a reasonable period of time, do you have a view, should we direct some kind of formal joint witness conferencing, or would you be comfortable that between yourselves and the submitter's planner that you may be able to work through what might be an alternative or an appropriate rule framework?
I'm reasonably. I've spoken to the planner around these issues, and I think we can probably work them out between the two of us. I think the only issue that I can foresee is if the economic experts don't agree, it might just be that I have a different view or a different recommendation, essentially, from what the planner puts forward. But yeah, until that's undertaken, I think if it's a matter of detail, then yes, we can work through it in terms of what are the matters of discretion, and I'm sure we can agree those, yes.
If we were to provide, agree that further peer review should occur, then the process would need to be that would be provided to the submitter for their comment, and Ms Hampson could respond. Yes. Yep. Okay.
Thanks, Ms White. I did have a couple of questions for you based on your summary. At paragraph 9b, where you have agreed and accepted that some alignment to the PDP provisions would be appropriate in relation to 1 and 2 there, are you comfortable in that case with the drafting put forward by the submitter? Have you turned your mind to that level of detail at this point?
Yes, I have, not in great detail, but my initial review of it was that it worked from a formatting perspective. I would probably want to just double check that, but there was nothing that leapt out at me as being not workable.
Thank you. And we'll be hearing from the Bidwell Hospital submitter today, and there was some indication in Ms Vella's legal submissions that there could be a scope issue there in terms of the refined, refocused relief sought by that submitter. You've not specifically addressed that in your summary, but I wanted to get a sense from you, had you considered that refocused, refined relief from that angle?
Yes, and in the sense that I guess I do have concerns around the scope, because as I understand what was sought in the submission was a set of provisions applying to the site as it currently is, and whether that was through a specific purpose zone or, in my case, I've recommended a precinct. And what I understand is now sought is essentially a rule framework that would apply based on the operation by the hospital or its successor, which would mean that that rule framework could apply to any land acquired by them. And so that isn't something that I've, in the 42A report, turned my mind to. But I also think that the assessment, I guess the reason that I've recommended a precinct, or one of the reasons I've recommended a precinct and a slightly different or slightly altered set of provisions applying to that, is on the basis of the activity that's already established and the nature and scale of it. And therefore, I'm not so sure that, particularly for a permitted activity status or even a controlled activity status, that sort of saying just because it's the same operator, you can rely on the nature and scale of activities being the same if they expand. I think that's difficult from a planning perspective to rely on that.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Mine is around fencing, so slightly changing direction here, team. Having lived here all my life, I've never noticed the fencing in my town and how different it is, and so I just wanted to, and it was great to get the report from Miss Sung on her views around fencing, but I'm just concerned, and sorry, I'm just getting my notes, on page 60, the submitters have asked that there is no height controls, where our urban design report suggests it needs to increase. And I note in your report 6.11.11, our suburban areas have not had such controls on fencing imposed in the past. And, you know, as I said, living here all my life, I've never, you know, we do have different sort of styles and nothing looks out of sort to me after 50 years. So I'm just concerned that all of a sudden we might become a bit of a fence city. And so I wonder, do you have any or other district plans? Is there consistency across that, or are we outside of what the norm is when it comes to fencing regulations? Because we're not talking about our current suburbs, we're talking about new sort of and imposing rules on that. Just from your experience on other plans, I'd just love to hear your advice on that or thought.
I think firstly I'd probably draw this distinction, which have done I think in my recommendation, between the general residential and the medium. Start by saying probably my experience is probably reasonably limited compared to some other planners in this area, but the plans that I've been involved in recently that have been introducing or amending a medium density residential zone, there has been a focus on fencing, and it's an urban design matter, but my understanding of it in a broad sense is enabling a higher level of density, but you want that to be undertaken in a way that has a positive impact, kind of particularly on a streetscape. And so the fencing, which generally relates to the front fence and also the side boundaries where it's over a reserve or some sort of public area, it is common to have some sort of control or limit on fencing, and particularly around that permeability. And I guess it's The risk is if you have a high fence that you can't see through and then all this built form sort of behind it, it has a visual kind of impact. You don't have good interaction with the street. So I think common in that sense in medium density, and I think that that's probably appropriate in the Timaru context where your medium density zone would effectively enable redevelopment of areas in that higher intensity, so it's having a little more control around that. For the general residential zone, no, I don't. I'm kind of not aware of that particularly being a thing in other plans that I've dealt with, albeit my experience in that is relatively limited. I do know that there are some plans that have control, so I'm pretty confident the Selwyn, or the partially operative Selwyn district plan does have fencing controls in the GRZ. I think my experience is probably more with plans that haven't been through the review process or their plans for smaller, so Horonui, an example where I don't believe they have any controls, it's more of a rural townships. This is one area where I haven't recommended what the urban design person has said, and that's one of those reasons is my view is that you have a large area that's already zoned general residential. It's not that the provisions don't allow for infill and redevelopment of those areas, but I feel that a rule limiting fencing will have a limited effect because you have so much of the area already developed without those controls in place. And therefore, yes, there is the opportunity to be better or to have slightly increased urban design outcomes for where those things are redeveloped, but I think it would be a very ad hoc basis. So from an overall efficiency and effectiveness perspective, I think that's why I've recommended a change to that rule in terms of the general residential zone.
I'm just sort of working out how to word all this, sorry. Page 127, around minimum sizes for units. And again, Ms Sung had her views around that. And she notes in there, her recommendation is to obviously adopting the minimum sizes set out in the Christchurch district plan. And I also note in her report that Timaru is at the start of its medium density and apartment journey. And so my question is, without having delved into the Christchurch district plan, and obviously shivers, that city has changed significantly over the last 20 years, or 15 definitely. Has that in recent times, has that changed? And if so, did it go up or down? So because obviously they would have had a set standard, their cities or their medium density areas have significantly changed. So yeah, I just wondered, was there a change in the Christchurch district plan to up or down that minimum sizes? Because as it's noted, we're on our journey, and it's really important to set that right at the start of the journey. And so yours is to go smaller, where her recommendation is slightly larger. So I just wondered if on that Christchurch district plan, if you know if that has changed in the past, their size of units.
The short answer is no. My recollection is that they have had a minimum unit size for a while. It may have gone up or down, but I believe that they have had a minimum requirement, certainly pre the MDRS requirements. I believe it's been in the plan for a while. I think if I can just check, I think that the distinction was that I think the Christchurch City Plan had, let me please just check. So the what's in the Christchurch City Plan currently is reflected in the recommended version, except that Christchurch City goes further and has a larger minimum requirement the larger the unit size gets, whereas I think this rule doesn't, as recommended, doesn't go that far. So essentially it says, here's your minimum for a studio unit, here's your minimum for 1 bedroom and above, whereas Christchurch City then says, and if it's 2 bedrooms, you have to be this much further and this much, yeah.
Your thoughts on this is it still gives us that flexibility, the way that this rule is written? Well, not flexibility because it outlines it, but it's still satisfactory for Timaru District and the commencement of their journey on medium density.
I think so, insofar as what was notified didn't include that requirement, and taking into account Ms Lee Sing's advice that there should be a minimum, and that's reflected in the recommendation. What it doesn't do is go further in terms of that increasing the minimum, basically, where the unit gets larger. But the reason around that, I think, is from a scope perspective, I think that's beyond what was sought in the submission. So it's not a merits assessment, it's a scope assessment.
Ms White, I just had a question for you, and it's a matter that arises from a submitter that we heard, Port Bryson, and it's not addressed in your report, and you might have to talk to Ms Holly about this, but the issue is that this is a piece of land containing a mix of commercial activities on the Hilton Highway, and at the moment it's zoned residential. And the council has proposed in the plan that it be zoned industrial general. And the submitter came along to talk to us about his preference for a mixed use zone. And just to complete our understanding of the issues, I wondered if you could assist the panel by an explanation about what the purpose of a mixed use zone is, and does it function and operate as a buffer between residential activity and more intensive commercial or industrial activity, or is it a standalone concept that has a particular strategic function within the district?
So the mixed use zone, I think, in this plan has as notified, has a specific focus on effectively being it is locational based in the sense that it's about supporting the overall function of the city centre zone. So it's that kind of consolidation. So you have your actual city centre zone, but then you have this wider area that's zoned, I guess, mixed use to essentially provide for a bit more, but consolidate and help the CCZ kind of achieve its purpose. That's not something that falls out of, for example, the national planning standards, and it's not necessarily the same way that the mixed use zone, or the purpose of a mixed use zone in other districts, but the way that it has been applied in this plan is around that. So if that zoning were to be applied in another part, I think the framework around that might just probably need to be reconsidered a bit as to if you did apply it somewhere else, does that actually fit with the objective? So that kind of reinforcing the Timaru City Centre as a key centre is actually outlined in MUZ 01, the first objective. But the way that that's been achieved is in part is the location of the zone around the city centre.
Pockets of mixed use removed from the city centre and not really
Yes, that's what I would say. Or I think you'd have to be satisfied that the zoning of a pocket somewhere else would still reinforce that city centre. So you might be satisfied that that is achieved without needing to be locationally nearby. Yeah, so we can definitely do that in reply. What I can indicate to you is that that actually happened in the preparation of the Section 42A report. So that I initially considered that submission point, and it was my view that the mixed-use zone wasn't an appropriate fit. And so having had that discussion with Ms Hollier, that's actually why it was addressed in her report, because between us, I think we felt that the general industrial zoning was more appropriate fit for the nature of the activities contemplated and consented and established on that site. So we can definitely look at that further and reply. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't have my mic.
This is regard to 6.18.12, 618.12, development thresholds. And then at 6.18.13, you talk about development thresholds being exceeded. At what point would distribution effects, if the thresholds continue to be exceeded, at what point would distribution effects be felt on the town centre, the city centre zone?
So the way that the plan framework works is, in essence, I suppose, there's a level of, the thresholds effectively provide a permitted activity status. So insofar as they apply in the operative plan, in essence, my understanding is there was a plan change that established that those thresholds were appropriate for that reason, that they wouldn't have a wider retail distribution effect on the centre. So in terms of the proposed plan, what was notified was less than that, but because since then a consent has been issued on the basis of the thresholds in the operative plan, that activity is already in train. So the recommendation is essentially to retain those thresholds, but that is the intent of the thresholds, is to say that, not necessarily to say that beyond that you suddenly have this effect, but essentially to say that up to that threshold the effects are not anticipated to be so great that in aggregate they start having that effect on the erosion of the city centre. Beyond that, you then get into a consent pathway. So then it's a consideration of the specific activity and how much the threshold is exceeded, and economic evidence, obviously, relevant to that point in time that activity is proposed. So that is the intent of the thresholds, is essentially to try and manage that and to say there needs to be a consent process if you exceed those to test that exact thing.
So I don't know how to word this question, but I'll try. So if there were a few developments that exceeded the threshold, what formula do you use to manage the cumulative effect?
It's not a planning formula, is the first answer. So in essence, that's where your economists come in. So I would expect that any consent application to exceed that development threshold would be accompanied by an economic assessment and likely to be essentially peer reviewed. I can't tell you what it is exactly that they look at because it's outside my area of expertise, but I do know that it's reasonably common, and although economists don't always agree, I think that they do look at the same types of metrics, and it's to do with employment data and GDP spend and what type of activity and how much that activity takes up the market share, etc. These are words I don't really understand, but I see written in these reports.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much, Ms White. That's been very helpful. The panel is going to take a break now until 10:45 and we'll return for Bidwell. trust submission. Thank you. Trust Hospital. Mr. Geddes.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, kia ora koutou everyone. So my name's Mark Geddes. I'm a Director and Planning Consultant at Perspective Consulting, and accompanying me today is Mrs. Tina Rogers, who's General Manager at Bidwell Trust Hospital. As you know, we're here to talk about Bidwell Trust Hospital submission number 225, which concerns their existing private hospital at 35 Elizabeth Street, Timaru. So just in terms of the scope of my comments, my intention today is just to really highlight the salient matters of my evidence. But first, however, I just want Ms Rogers to introduce Bidwell Trust Hospital and speak to its significance and also the important role it does play in the modern health system.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. Private hospitals are essential in the health system, possibly more now than ever. Currently, 67% of all elective surgery in New Zealand is undertaken in private hospitals, and over 90% of ACC non-acute surgery is undertaken in private hospitals. There's been a hospital on Bidwell Street in Timaru since 1912, originally operated by Sister McCarthy, and then subsequently a group of local business people and medical professionals bought that hospital and built a new 26-bed surgical hospital which opened in 1936. The current trust bought the hospital in 1977 and has developed the hospital site further. Neighbouring properties have been purchased over time and a new modern hospital was opened in 2001. This has had 3 significant extensions over the last 15 years. Bidwell Trust Hospital undertakes many surgeries for ACC, resulting in all of the community having access to Bidwell, as the majority is undertaken in the private sector. Many ACC surgeries are complex orthopaedic procedures and provides for local treatment and rehabilitation of patients. Contracted work is also undertaken for Health New Zealand Te Whatu Ora and includes contracts for the provision of child, ear, nose and throat procedures, cataract replacements, general surgery and joint replacements. This occurs for patients from all over the South Island. Having a strong private hospital is vital to the attraction and retention of surgeons and anaesthetists to the area, and it is vital in provincial areas. Bidwell Trust Hospital also supports local public hospital with emergency preparedness. Our operating theatres are on the ground floor and in a modern building. The Board of Bidwell Trust Hospital want to continue to grow to meet the needs of the ageing South Canterbury population. To do this, we seek supportive and efficient planning rules to be in place. Thank you.
Could I just ask you, just from your perspective as the representative of the operator and of the trust, what is it that you are seeking? What outcome are you seeking, is the trust seeking, through this planned process?
We want something that is clear so that we know what we can and can't do, but we want it to be efficient. We are a nimble organisation, so we want to be able to do things in a nimble way. And for that, we need to know and be clear and know that timeframes and the process is efficient for all parties.
And is your interest just in the site on Bidwell Street, which is shown in Mr. Geddes' evidence? There's a red perimeter around what is the hospital, and I take it the hospital's changed since that aerial photograph, and then there appears to be one residential, what appearing to be a residential property as part of that footprint.
That's gone.
That's gone, so
that's now
just
a radiology site.
Yeah.
So
okay.
that
we will go and have a closer look, just so I can get a sense. So is that the sphere of your interest in relation to this submission, or does the trust have interest elsewhere within the district that it's seeking relief for?
It does not currently have any other properties at the moment, but there is a desire to grow.
So is the outcome that you're seeking through this plan review process just in relation to the current site or anywhere in the district?
Current site.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Rogers, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I have a question for you regarding the kind of the operations and the, I guess the, I think in the submission it was noted that you don't provide 24-hour or emergency care facilities.
No, our facility is open 24/7.
Yep.
And the surgeries are completed currently Monday to Friday during sort of 8 in the morning through till 7 o'clock at night. But patients staying for recovery from those surgical procedures can be there overnight and through the weekend.
So they're being cared for on a 24-hour period with staff and associated. Yep.
Yes, but there is no walk-in visitors for the patients, but not walk-in patients, for instance,
Yes.
and nothing that is acute that needed to be done.
Thank you.
Okay, so just turning to the submission. So generally the relief sought by the submission is to provide for the hospital's ongoing operation and development. Specifically, the submission seeks to rezone the site's special purpose hospital zone, or if you don't allow that, to amend the medium density residential zone to enable Bidwell Trust hospital activities. Turning to the officer's report, that recommends against the inclusion of the special purpose zone and instead recommends a precinct. While I disagree with the rationale to dismiss the special purpose zone, it's really aside from my main point, which is any site-specific zone or precinct is problematic, and I'll get to the reason for that in a minute. We also disagree with the proposed hours of operation rule requirement and the restricted discretionary activity status for new buildings. So accordingly, and my evidence talks about the sort of refined relief sought. What we're seeking now is the abandonment of the precinct-based approach and the hours of operation rule requirement, a specific policy to enable healthcare facilities, and that's very similar to what the officers recommended, a permitted activity rule for healthcare facilities and activities subject to standards, and if you're not of mind to allow that, then we're also asking that you provide for a 300 square metre permitted activity rule for new buildings, along with a default controlled activity for those buildings that exceed that threshold. Now turning to the reasons for the relief sought. And so the first one is really that any site-specific zone or precinct-based control or any rule that hangs off a spatially controlled mechanism is going to limit the growth of the hospital into adjoining or adjacent land. And that's potentially what needs to happen with this facility. It is growing and it needs to expand. And it also creates an expectation that the hospital is going to be defined to a defined spatial area. The rules I recommend in the medium density zone would remedy that shortcoming. Secondly, the hours of operation control do not recognise the site currently operates 24/7, and you've heard from Tina this morning on that. It's been operating for over 100 years, and of course it enjoys existing use rights anyway, regardless of the rules in this proposed plan. Thirdly, the restricted discretionary activity status for new buildings proposed by the officer is not effective or efficient, and the permitted activity status is more appropriate. The problem with the restricted discretionary activity approach is that it runs the risk of a regionally significant facility being declined consent. It's also an overly risk-averse approach that doesn't recognise that this activity has been long established on the site for over 100 years. It's been developed in a very sympathetic way and very consistent with the character of the residential area. And most importantly of all really is that this activity doesn't generate any significant adverse effects. It's very, very benign, and in fact it's more benign than what a residential activity would be. And lastly, the medium density zone standards will actually manage most of the adverse effects in combination with other district-wide rules that could be of a concern. So in the instance that the panel doesn't want to permit activity, doesn't want to permit new healthcare facilities, really out of an abundance of caution, I've recommended a 300 square metre permit activity threshold. And that would be appropriate because it provides for a level of development that's consistent with what's anticipated and permitted in the zone. And so in that zone at the moment, you could build 3 houses, you could build up to 50% of site coverage, which for a 1,000 square metre section would be about 500 square metres. And so what we're saying is, well, we're quite happy with 300 square metres, which is about the same as a normal house. And of course, if you don't permit a certain level of development, then it becomes nonsensical because consent's required for anything, for a letterbox, for alterations, if you're putting in steps to a building, if you're doing a very small extension. And so it's really not an efficient or effective approach. And just lastly, I have provided a Section 32AA analysis in my evidence that demonstrates that the refined relief sort is the most effective and efficient means of achieving the medium density zones objectives. Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. Mr. Geddes, I just want to canvass with you your involvement in the preparation of the proposed Timaru District Plan, and I note that you've set out a paragraph in your evidence, so thank you very much for that. But I just wanted to seek some clarity from you. Were you, in the time that you were employed by the Timaru District Council, involved in the preparation of the Section 32 analysis that supported the residential zone chapter?
No, I wasn't, no. So my role as manager was to lead the district plan review, so it was to arrange a process for the development of all those provisions. It wasn't my evidence, Madam Chair, and of course, when we create zones or when we're creating a district plan, we do so on quite a broad level, and you're creating a zone like for the medium density zone for the whole town, and so there wasn't any specific thought given to individual sites such as this. And of course the other thing with this as well is that, so when we started off district plan review, we had a discussion document phase, and so in that we had a discussion document on institutional zones. And the purpose of those zones was actually to create a zone that would be suitable for hospitals, schools, the Polytech, and then of course what happened, the National Planning Standards came along and created some hospital special purpose zone. And of course it was at that stage that we went over to the hospital, and I think one of the commissioners involved in that meeting, I said, well, hey, what do you guys want to do? We can potentially create a zone, a special purpose zone for the hospital. But unfortunately, they never actually got back to us, despite contacting them about 3 times. And so we gave up on them. And as a consequence, there is no hospital special purpose zone for Timaru Hospital. And we were aware of Bidwell. And I suppose our attitude at the time was, when you're making a whole district plan, it's a pretty big job. We thought, well, if they really want this, they can make a submission. And that's exactly what's happened in this case, where Bidwell Hospital has made a submission. They realise the provisions don't exactly suit them, and it's my evidence that there needs to be some provisions that suit an existing established facility like this.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you recall, did Bidwell, and Ms Rogers, you might be able to answer the question, did Bidwell participate in that draft document process, provide any feedback to the draft plan?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that was probably about 4 years ago.
No.
Okay, thank you. So where I'm going with this is that the Section 32 report for the residential zone, identifies as one of the issues that came out of the consultation phase was that health facilities should be provided for in the residential zone. But that there was, my reading of it is that there was a concern that, in principle, yes, but there was going to be an issue around scale and the effects of the adjoining residential properties. So that was a matter that needed to be addressed. And then that's flowed through into a rule framework in the plan for health facilities, generally, which requires a resource consent approach. And as a restricted discretionary activity, is my understanding. Is that correct?
No, it's not quite correct. I don't think there's any specific rule for healthcare facilities. There's a rule for community activities, which encompasses a whole lot of activities. And it was because of the range of community activities and their associated differences and different effects on the environment that we thought, well, the scope's just of these activities just so broad. We need to make it restricted discretionary because in some instances they won't be appropriate. But obviously now I've tuned my mind to this particular facility, which is very, very benign, and people literally go in the building to be treated. Staff go in there to treat, and the only thing that happens outside is people turn up in a car and leave. And so, looking at the activity now, you go, well, it should be a controlled activity at the very least, and if not a permitted activity. And as stated in my evidence, I've gone through each of the matters of discretion listed by the officer and demonstrated how they are actually addressed by zone standards or district-wide rules.
And just another issue, just on restricted discretionary activities. Through the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, there's, I think, one of the provisions, 3.4 or something in that, in a slightly different context, but it identifies that when referring to something that's plan-enabled, that permitted, controlled and restricted discretionary activities are considered to be enabling in a planning framework. And I wondered if you wish to comment on that in the context of your evidence that an RDA is nonsensical in the residential zone.
Well, I suppose you're right. Everything up to a discretionary activity really is plan enabled in my view. But so the argument is, or the pertinent point with this is, how enabling should it be? I don't think it's. I think we're all on the same page in terms of we want to at least allow for the consideration of this activity. It's just how much management. And what I'm saying is that with this particular activity, the effects are so benign that why would we call it restricted discretionary activity and provide an opportunity for it to be refused consent? And we get into a real nonsensical case where we're talking about a hospital, which is incredibly important for our community and the wider community, as demonstrated by Mr. Rogers. Why would we give ourselves the opportunity to refuse consent on some irrelevant grounds? And we've got the zone standards that deal with boundary issues, and so that's restricted discretionary, and I'm comfortable with that. But why do we need to allow consideration of architectural design and that type of thing? I just don't think we need to go there.
In terms of the matters where discretion has been restricted, are there any matters that in your opinion, should be applied to this activity?
So in my evidence, I've set out some matters of control. And so they're the matters that I feel are still relevant if you think it's appropriate that this activity is managed through a controlled activity status. And as I said before, I've only recommended that out of abundance of caution because it's my firm view that this could be a permitted activity. We've got a range of standards in the medium density zone and district-wide rules that manage a number of different aspects of this activity, and we'd be taking quite a risk-averse approach if we classified this as restricted discretionary activity. And it just, as I said in my evidence, it's less efficient, and as Ms Rogers said before, they're looking for certainty of investment, and it really helps if the hospital know that they can invest in this site in the future, and that security is, of investment is provided through a permitted activity rule or a controlled activity.
Okay, and my final question is, why is a precinct not appropriate?
As I suggested before, the precinct's not appropriate because it's spatially, the rules link to that precinct. So as soon as you have rules that link into a defined spatial area, anything outside of that area, there's different rules. And so that's the problem, is if we go outside of that area, then we're into, at least a restricted discretionary or discretionary activity consent, and we're looking for more certainty. So it's problematic. It's not that it can't happen, but as soon as you have a precinct, you have a defined spatial area where the rules apply. If you go outside that, then the same rules don't apply. And as I also said, it sort of creates an expectation that this activity is going to be confined to that area. And that's simply not the context of this site. And the approach, obviously, the National Planning Standards is to create a hospital zone. And that's generally appropriate for large state hospitals that are all on quite large land holdings, and they don't have an issue with having insufficient land. This is not a large state hospital on a large land holding. It's a small growing hospital on a confined site, and it needs to grow, and the planning rules and framework need to enable that. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't provide any certainty to this organisation that they can continue to grow, and that would be a shame.
Thank you, Mr Geddes. Do you have questions for Mr Geddes?
Yes, I do. Just one from me. I'm a little bit confused, and it's picking up on what the chairperson has asked Ms Rogers about. What Bidwell is seeking is confined to the site, isn't it?
No, so I think there's some confusion about that. Bidwell is seeking to potentially grow into adjoining sites. I think when Ms Rogers answered that question, I think it potentially might have been misinterpreted to say, well, are you looking at any other sites around the town? And I think she was saying that, no, they're principally concerned about only growing on their site, but it also means adjoining sites. Was that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
We're not looking to have other sites elsewhere
Okay.
within town, but expanding our footprint
Yes.
in the area.
So you mean to the adjoining or adjacent sites?
Yes.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Geddes, just on the back of that dialogue around the aspirations in terms of growing in the location, interested in the provisions that you've put forward, whether it's clear enough that that's what you're seeking. So the new rule that you're proposing in the MRZ, medium density zone, where permitted one, the facility is operated by Bidwell Trust Hospital or its successor. Is it clear enough that that is relating only to your current location and potentially adjacent sites, or would that essentially, and once that's implemented, would that be interpreted as Bidwell Trust being able to establish new healthcare facilities across the medium density zone in other locations?
You're right, yep, it could be. But I think that's a low risk. And as we've heard from Ms Rogers, that, that the hospital is where it is, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense to start establishing sites all across Timaru. It makes sense to establish sites or to expand their facilities on adjoining or adjacent sites. And it's just one of those things that it's quite hard to try and get the perfect planning mechanism for this. The precinct doesn't really work, but yeah. Anyway, it's not perfect, but I think it's a pretty low risk that activities did start cropping up around Timaru, and even if they did, I think it'd be absolutely fine considering the nature of the activity.
And is it efficient in that case for a new permitted activity rule that caters for Bidwell Trust only, or its successor? Is that a sensible outcome for a whole zone?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, the other healthcare facilities and community activities are they're already listed as restricted discretionary activity, and because, as I said before, we don't know what they are, the nature of the activity, the effects, it is appropriate that they are restricted discretionary activity. But this activity we know all about now. We know it's where it is. We know that they're going to look at adjoining sites or adjacent sites, and so yeah, it's low risk, I think, in terms of, well, they could potentially go somewhere else, but probably not.
Thank you. So we've had some legal submissions from the Timaru District Council who've raised the potential issue of scope. So your original submission related to existing hospitals.
Yeah.
But the permitted activity rule that you're seeking potentially extends to any healthcare facility or activity operated by Bidwell Trust. In your mind, have you considered that, whether that raises a scope issue that we would need to concern ourselves with?
Sorry, can you just say that again? I missed that. And I'll firstly say, Madam Chair, that if there's been a legal submission, that we would have expected to have a copy of that before this hearing so that we could respond to that. That would be in accordance with the principles of natural justice, I think.
Yeah.
Legal submissions are on the website with all information that's available to all submitters.
Right, okay.
So the original submission was phrased in the terms of around your existing facilities on your existing site. That's correct?
No, I'd have to go back and
Yeah.
read the submission, but I think, as I said in my introductory comments, the nature of the submission in general is for the facility to be able to grow and expand. And so, and I'll just refer to what I read earlier on this morning, is that, you know, it seeks to rezone the site special purpose zone, or if you do not allow it, to amend the medium density zone to enable Bidwell Trust Hospital to grow and expand.
Okay, thank you. I'll just check if I've got other questions written up here. So one more question for clarity. In your proposed amendments to the policy, this is in your evidence in chief at paragraph 19B, introduction in the MRZ of a specific policy, based on the policy recommended in the section 42A report, but as amended below. So if I'm correct, you've sought that the word existing is inserted into the phrasing. Putting that word there, existing, does that contradict what you're seeking to achieve in terms of growth? Or have I misunderstood the intentions there?
Yeah, I think the three words before that says provide for the ongoing use, ongoing operation and development. And I suppose what the policy recognises, it is an existing facility. We're not saying it's got to stay as it is existing. We're saying it's providing for its ongoing use and development.
My questions for you, thank you.
Very good.
It is just before you finish, I wondered if, that you may have been taken by surprise in relation to that legal submission. if you have the opportunity to review that, and if you wanted to make any comment about scope in writing, I welcome you're welcome to do that to us. But also I wondered whether it might be appropriate, with the clarification that's occurred this morning, for you to have a conversation with Ms White and to see if offline you could reach an agreement in terms of what the appropriate rule framework might be to accommodate Bidwell Hospital, and then we can consider that as part of our deliberations.
Yeah, I think that a bit of caucusing would be most appreciated, and I think probably the most practical way to come to a view. Yeah.
Yeah, but have a look at that issue on scope
Oh,
before
yeah,
you
thank
go
you.
into those discussions, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your time.
We are now hearing from the Redwood Group.
Thank you, and hopefully the panel can hear me.
Yes,
Fantastic.
can you hear me? Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on, so technology.
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you. So look, my name's James Gardner-Hopkins, and I'm here today as Redwood's project manager for this PDP process. I think the panel should have a memorandum that I filed yesterday, together with summary witness statements that were filed with that memorandum. I'm not sure if the panel has had a chance to look over any of that material, but some matters have moved on even between yesterday and today. So certainly for my part, my introduction, I don't intend to walk the panel through my memorandum. I may reference one or two items in it, but it does seem things are starting to come together, if you like. So look, as a first point, in terms of jurisdiction or scope, there was initially, I guess, a question mark raised as to some of the additional activities that Redwood was seeking and whether they were within the scope of its original submission. Now, after I filed my memorandum, which sort of addresses the factual basis with a little bit of reference to the case law, I had a chance to see the recording of counsel for the council addressing the panel on Monday, and I see that on a closer look, counsel for the council seems comfortable that there is sufficient scope in the submission for what Redwood is currently seeking in terms of relief. And I do note as well, Ms Vella, the council's counsel, did give me a heads up on that yesterday afternoon as well. So I thank her for that. So I don't think I need to address scope anymore. Then in terms of the second main point I wish to address you on this morning is, as I understand it, the outstanding substantive issues are now also much closer to being resolved. And I and the team did have a chance to listen in to Ms White this morning, and certainly our understanding is that she does now, in light of seeing the Redwood evidence, have a level of comfort around the additional activities which are being sought to be enabled through a restricted discretionary pathway. And that is subject to an economic peer review. And I think she mentioned really that was almost for completeness, or just to ensure just full robustness in terms of the process. So look, I've had a chance to confer with our team here because there was a suggestion of a peer review that then might be made available for response or comment. There was also a brief mention, I think perhaps a question from one of the panel members about conferencing or a joint witness statement. The preference for Redwood is for conferencing to occur in accordance with the usual sort of expert code of conduct and the production of a joint witness statement. And really that's we see that as more efficient in terms of getting the key people together, probably online, and just able to hone in directly on the issues. And also of probably greater assistance to the panel in that the matters of agreement and any disagreement and reasons for that would all be in one place, in one document for the panel to then take into account. And then just in terms of the scope of any such conferencing, if the panel were minded to direct it, we do think that it should be on the outstanding additional activities, and so not a revisitation of where we've sort of already got to. I guess our view is that the opportunity for the council to take economic input on that along the way has been and gone, and the focus should properly be on the outstanding matters. And just in a thumbnail, and I'm sure the expert witnesses will talk to that, as I understand it, there are effectively 3 activities in question, being some limited residential in specified locations identified by a precinct plan or overlay. The second activity in question is visitor accommodation, and again this is proposed to be limited to 1 only and none beyond that through a restricted discretionary pathway. And then the third, and these two I think go hand in hand, or they're sort of similar, healthcare and childcare facilities, again as a restricted discretionary activity. So really the intent would be conferencing focuses on those activities between the economic experts, and everybody then understands what their joint views are and what is agreed and not agreed. So, and happy to take any questions from the panel that it might have in terms of process and timing, but we do think that that's the most efficient and effective way forward. With that, there was, I guess, some issue as to the question of fairness and sort of the extent to which the commercial aspects of the earlier land acquisition might be relevant. But I think given where we're at, that's not actually a matter that this panel needs to make any particular finding on at this stage. So that really addresses the substantive issues that I wanted to highlight to you. Before handing over to the witnesses, though, I do want to acknowledge the helpful and non-adversarial approach being taken by the council, its officers and its legal counsel. It is somewhat refreshing, even in plan change processes, rather than what is sometimes a tendency to defend original positions and provide justifications for earlier points of view. So I did just want to commend the council and its team for taking that approach. And in, I guess, like regard, Redwood has also been heavily guided by its experts in terms of focusing its relief and trying to ensure that what it is putting forward is supportable from an expert basis, and really is sensible, both from a commercial perspective as well as from a planning perspective. And so, look, I think the last matter before handing over to the witnesses is just a minor matter of housekeeping. There was a late statement of evidence from Mr. Buckley, who is a funder for Redwood. And look, I think it really was for completeness tabled to address the fairness issue if we needed to go there. And really I'm saying we don't, but it does give a little bit of context also to the commercial needs and drivers to ensure that this large format centre is viable in the long term, and that the planning provisions, including these extra activities, are enabling of long-term functional amenity and encouraging of investment. So as I say, look, unless there are any questions, I'm very keen to hand over to the witnesses who I propose to call or invite to speak in the order listed in my memorandum.
Thank you, Mr. Garner-Hopkins. Look, the only question I had was that if I think the panel was supportive of directing further conferencing on this and providing an opportunity for the council to at least peer review Ms Hampson's evidence, and then that might bring things closer together again, or not. But just in terms, I mean, I'm more than happy to hear from your witnesses today. You're prepared to go, but did you want to just simply stand the matter down to enable that process to occur, and leave the evidential matters to after the conferencing, or is it your preference to put the case today and then deal with those matters?
Yes, look, I think since everybody's here, and look, I'm also conscious that the experts might agree, but the panel might still have some concerns. So I think it's important that the panel does have the opportunity to hear from the witnesses and ask any questions at this point. But before, I guess, coming back definitively, if this were stood down to allow that engagement to occur, and let's say agreement wasn't reached, would there be an ability to reconvene so that you could hear from the witnesses?
Well, I think the answer is yes, because this, even though the hearings are broken down into stages, we're not issuing decisions as we go, so to speak. So that opportunity would definitely be there. It would just be a matter of finding when was the appropriate time to do that. We may need to have a mop-up hearing in any event at the end of the process. Or we would simply slot it in ahead of, I mean, effectively we're having hearings every second month for the next few months, for the next 6 months, so.
Yes, and look, I'm conscious.
Yes, there would be an opportunity.
Yes. Okay, well, look, that's helpful, and I'm conscious of not, taking too many bites at the cherry unnecessarily. I do note that the panel did have some questions on distributional effects earlier this morning, and so look, I do wonder if you should hear from at least Ms Hampson this morning. I know Mr Hudson wasn't going to read his summary statement out, he was just going to say a few words. I always think it's important the panel hears directly from the developer himself, but perhaps we might stand down the planning witness to another point in time. I'll be guided by the panel, but I'm just conscious that we are here. And
okay, well, let's hear from Ms Hampson, and then we'll stand the planner down until after the conferencing, and then we'll come back at it again. Thank you.
But fantastic. And just, I'm sure Paul will be happy not to be heard, but if the panel was open to hearing a few comments from him, he probably wouldn't need to come back at another time.
Okay, all right. In your hands.
Okay, thank you very much. So look, Paul, I just invite you to introduce yourself to the panel. You don't need to read your short summary, and just emphasise a few points that might be of assistance in terms of context for them.
Thanks, James. I'm the development manager for Redwood Group, who have undertaken the purchase and development of stage 1 that you see on site at the moment. So I was responsible for managing the resource consents through to the overseeing the leasing and the construction through to completion of stage 1, which no doubt you're aware has a countdown now rebranded to Woolworths, the Bunnings, Chemist Warehouse, and a few other major large format retail tenants who are new to the region, to be honest. I'm sure that's a positive thing for the region. It's a 12.4 hectare site. We've got obviously a long-term view for developing this site in stages, which is in line with the current district plan. But however, over time, the market does change and there's different demands for various uses on the site. And for the commercial viability and also to meet customer demand, etc., we do see the need for the introduction of the uses that James and our consultants have mentioned. And I know time's a bit short, but just to touch on one perhaps on the residential side of things, we did have a discussion with council planners, I think it was late 21, about residential, and that we were looking at a particular area on Bridge Road, where we provided a schematic plan for introducing some residential units. So what came out of that meeting, just as at a high level, that it was apparent there is a shortage of housing in Timaru, that the large format retail centre, when fully developed, will have approximately 600 employees at various times of the day and years. Opposite Bridge Road already it is zoned residential in the plan, so it made sense to, if you like, have that mirror of residential on either side of the road. And the site is also well located in terms of transport and amenities in the future. So we had instigated that conversation, as I say, almost 2 years ago now with council, and that's just an example of one of the uses that we see that would be a benefit to all parties and commercially viable going forward. So yeah, I don't really have too much more to say, expand. I think our consultants have covered it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? No. No, we don't have any questions for you, but thank you for your time and your statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, in that case, and in light of the earlier discussion, I'll hand over to Ms. Hampson. And I guess I'll leave it to her judgment as to whether she takes you in full sort of through the summary. It is still a relatively short summary, or if she talks to the key points and then is available for any questions that the panel might have.
Good morning, everyone. I just thought I thought if it was helpful, I'd just start reading from paragraph 2 and we go from there. Thank you. So my evidence considered the submitter's latest relief from an economic perspective, including positive and potential adverse effects. This included assessment and discussion in relation to the GFA cap and timing threshold provision, followed by discussion and analysis, where applicable, on specific activities sought within the former showgrounds precinct as permitted or restricted discretionary activities. My evidence considered previous economic assessments carried out by or for the Timaru Council, as well as more recent trends in employment and business activity across the Timaru urban area. The Section 42A officer has, on review of evidence, accepted Redwood's relief to reinstate gymnasiums and recreational activities up to 6,000 square metres GFA as a permitted activity in the zone, as well as the ability for an additional 6,000 square metres GFA of permitted activity on the site as a discretionary activity. This is in addition to her earlier recommendations to retain many of the operative plan provisions for the site. I support these recommendations from an economic perspective, and in my evidence in chief, I set out that the notified provisions of the large format retail zone would have significant adverse effects on the commercial feasibility of developing the site, given the economics of development, and would adversely affect the ability of the large format retail zone to support economic development and well-being in the district and wider sub-region over the long term. The potential economic effects arising from the development of the showground site on the city centre had already been considered by Council to be acceptable in the light of wider economic benefits of providing for a large format retail centre in Timaru. And due to the resource consents already issued for the site that gave effect to the operative provisions, the notified provisions would be largely redundant in terms of the economic effects Council purported would be achieved. In D, the city centre had continued to experience growth in recent years, including in the retail sector, and I consider that the performance of the city centre is improving. And lastly, the city centre will be more resilient to trade competition effects under the PDP, such as any additional distributional effects caused by the planned growth of the large format retail centre, such that any distributional effects are likely to be minor and not significant as considered by Property Economics in their 2020 review, which preceded the issuing of a resource consent for the site. I understand from Ms White, her latest evidence, that the only matters that remain in contention are the proposed inclusion of medical centres, childcare centres, one visitor accommodation activity and residential activities as RDA activities, and I support the addition of these activities as they will increase the functional amenity of the zone for local workers and the surrounding local community in Northern Timaru. These activities also support the efficient use of the showground site while not resulting in adverse distributional effects on the role and function of the city centre zone or the wider centre network. I briefly summarise key points from my primary evidence on each activity below. So on visitor accommodation, currently larger accommodation providers are not located in the Timaru Central statistical area and are located elsewhere in Timaru, including in the residential zones. While the PDP is likely to improve the feasibility of redevelopment in the city centre, which may see larger commercial accommodation providers attracted to that zone in the future, I consider that there is a risk that hotel operators may bypass Timaru if the city centre does not provide an attractive enough option in the short to medium term. Allowing for one accommodation provider to establish in the large format retail zone will not undermine the role, function or amenity of the city centre zone, especially given the already dispersed pattern of visitor accommodation in Timaru. Improving the ability to attract a new hotel operator to Timaru in the short to medium term will enhance Timaru's role as the primary urban area in the sub-region, and economic benefits of the proposal include guest spending still likely to occur in the city centre, creation of additional jobs, helping to meet growth and demand, lifting the overall quality and depth of offer for visitor accommodation in the Timaru urban area, and supporting the competitive operation of the business land market. Turning to healthcare and childcare services. Childcare services and medical centres are not activities that typically trigger distributional effect concerns. Therefore, I consider that providing a consenting pathway for these activities in the showgrounds precinct creates no risk of undermining the purpose, function or amenity values of the city centre zone. There are no material economic costs of this proposed activity that I can identify and that can't also be avoided or mitigated by consent conditions. It is efficient for these activities to be spread across an urban area rather than concentrated in a single central location. The large format retail zone is conveniently located relative to demand arising from the northern suburbs of Timaru, including the greenfield residential growth areas to the north. At the same time, the neighbourhood centre zones in northern Timaru are small with no obvious vacant capacity. The large format retail zone could therefore provide development capacity for childcare and medical services to help meet projected demand from existing and future households in this part of the urban area. The large format retail zone is also a node of employment, and it's central to a wider node of employment when considering the surrounding industrial zone, including a childcare centre and medical centre in the precinct, would therefore add to the functional amenity of the locality as a place of work. And turning to residential activity, Timaru District is a Tier 3 local authority under the NPSUD. Tier 3 councils are encouraged to apply Part 2 and Part 3 of the NPSUD, and as such, many of the objectives and policies of the NPSUD apply to the district. This includes, but is not limited to, providing for a well-functioning urban environment, at all times providing at least sufficient capacity to meet expected demand for housing and business over the short, medium and long term, and supporting competitive land and development markets, as well as enabling more people to live in areas that are in or near centres or other areas with employment opportunities. The provisions of the NPSUD are relevant context to the submitter's proposal to provide for some residential activity on the periphery of the large format retail centre on the former showground site as a restricted discretionary activity. I do not consider that there are any economic costs from utilising the 2 identified residential sub-precincts for residential development, particularly where any adverse effects can be assessed through the proposed matters of discretion. There are, however, economic benefits, including providing more choice in the location of housing capacity, providing more attached housing capacity, enabling more people to live next to a centre and employment, and a more efficient use of the land resource within the existing urban area. I consider that the proposed relief is consistent with the objectives and policies of the NPSUD with respect to housing, and it will make a positive contribution to Timaru's urban form and future housing growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hampson. I'll see if there's questions.
Thank you, Ms Hampson. I have 2 questions for you based on your summary statement. So at paragraph 9, you've mentioned that childcare services and medical services are not activities that typically trigger distributional effect concerns. I'm interested in, while they might not typically trigger these concerns, in your experience, have there been cases where they have and do?
Not really, no, not in my experience. Mostly distributional effects are focused on retail activities, and sometimes that can extend to what we'd call commercial service, which might be like hairdressers and the like that often co-locate with retail. So basically things that occupy shop space. Those sorts, childcare and medical centre is not something that's typically assessed in a plan change or consent environment.
Thank you for confirming that for me. And in terms of residential activity, given your experience and knowledge of the NPSUD, I'm just wondering whether the residential development yield has any bearing in consideration of these issues in this context?
You meaning from like a policy 8 point of view in terms of being responsive to a significant capacity? I guess I hadn't really thought about that. I'm not entirely sure, and Mr Hudson may have a better view, exactly what the yield of the 2 sub-precincts is. I think it's possible that, my understanding is that the dwelling typology that would be delivered would be attached housing. I'm not fully aware of how much detached housing is feasible to develop in Timaru. But I understand it would be feasible to develop on this site, and in that context, even a small number of attached housing may be a significant contribution under Policy 8. In terms of if you're comparing it with total housing, I guess it possibly is a small number.
Thank you. Yes, I guess it would be interesting to understand the yield, so maybe that can be perhaps addressed through this process. If there's any relevance or not, I guess, just confirmation of that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
We can ask
would
the
you like me
submitter to confirm that.
I can partly answer that question if it helps.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, so Natalie mentioned the townhouse development. That is the type of development that we would be looking at, potentially 1 and 2 bedroom units attached. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just go back to Ms Hampson, please? Just a follow-up question on your summary statement. Is Ms Hampson still there?
I'm still here.
You can hear me? Sorry, that's right.
Yes.
Just in terms, from an economic perspective, In your opinion, is there any difference or potential difference in economic or distributional effect from gymnasiums and recreational activities when compared to visitor accommodation or childcare and healthcare facilities?
Gymnasiums are not an activity that really trigger distributional effects. They're much like medical centres and childcare centres. They tend to be dispersed. So I don't consider those to be an issue. Recreational activities, I think I've spent some time in my evidence just saying there are different types. Some may be considered more on the entertainment end of the scale, and others may just be more sort of recreational facilities. I certainly think that there is some potential for those activities to detract from perhaps the opportunity to locate those in the city centre, and particularly those that contribute to nighttime entertainment. I think that that's an activity that's ideally located in the city centre because it can support the bars and restaurants and that kind of activity. And I think because of that, I've talked with Redwood about this, and that's why we've proposed a condition that limits the trading hours. I understand the sorts of activities they're most keen to attract to the site may be something like a Chipmunks, something that comes in a big box, is therefore suitable for a large format retail zone, not easy to locate somewhere else, and is probably more of a daytime activity. So the provisions are not specific, but I think that's probably what the market will deliver. And so I think the risk of any distributional effects are limited, and in fact, it's probably going to attract businesses that otherwise wouldn't come to Timaru. I think in terms of the visitor accommodation, similar concerns. Ideally, yes, visitor accommodation would be concentrated in or around the city centre zone. That hasn't actually happened under the operative district plan, and it's become very dispersed throughout the residential areas. I actually think that having a hotel within a centre zone, and particularly a large one, is a better outcome than perhaps more proliferation of visitor accommodation in residential areas, because I think the externality effects of that hotel could be better managed in that kind of location. And I think that's why we've agreed to limit it just to one, just to sort of attract that investment. Apparently there is interest, and it would just be a great loss for Timaru to perhaps miss out on that investment in the near future, just while the town centre is perhaps continuing to improve its appeal to those sorts of operators.
Thank you for that. I have no further questions. We now have a question from Commissioner Solomon.
Sorry, not to the economist, project manager.
Just identify.
Okay. So given the different activities Redwood is seeking for the zone, what is the risk that the purpose of the LFRZ is lost?
Is that a question for Mr. Garner-Hopkins or Ms.
Garner-Hopkins, sorry.
Sorry. Question for you, Mr. Garner-Hopkins.
Thanks, just turning myself off mute. Without wanting to dodge it, I suspect it may well be a planning question, at least in part. Yeah. But the simple answer that I would have is, in terms of basic numbers, floor coverage, proportion of the site, the vast majority will still be large format, and these other activities can properly be considered as ancillary or supportive of the primary purpose of the zone. So yeah, look, that's my answer. I don't know if you would be assisted by hearing, if you like, from a planning expert on that same question.
Yes, please.
We will ask your planner that question. Thank you. So the question is directed...
Yeah, can't remember the name.
To Ms. Hugevin. Is that how you pronounce your surname? Sorry.
Oh, Hugevin.
No, that's okay. It's Hogeveen in Dutch and Hugeveen in New Zealand.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's
get that question, or do you want us
to repeat it?
No, I did hear that. And James did cover most of what I was going to say, and he did reiterate much of the wording that's in the large format retail zone objective 1, which relates to the purpose of that zone. I think given that 34,000 square metres of the site is consented for large format retail development, these additional activities are a very small percentage of that. And the zone's purpose does allow for other ancillary activities, and then that's supported by policy 6, which talks about what additional activities could be considered in the zone. And so I think that rule framework of having a restricted activity consent pathway means that, restricted discretionary consent pathway means that the council have that opportunity to step through matters of discretion and that policy framework, which I think is really robust.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. I think that brings the evidence to an end for today. Mr. Garner-Hopkins, in terms of the next steps and also to the council or to Ms. White, I think that we will issue a minute just to record this, but the intention is that we would allow the council to commission the peer review and as a priority, not to wait for the minute, just to get on and do that, and get that sent through to you for review by Ms. Hampson, and then that would follow up by some conferencing, if it is in fact necessary, to do that between the planners. And I'm not sure that it requires any independent facilitation. I think just with a couple of planners, I think as long as they adhere to the rules around code of conduct and expectations of conferencing, then that we can get that underway as quickly as possible with a report back to the panel before we next meet, which is early September. So that would be the sort of time frame that we would expect.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that indication. Just so I'm clear, and we don't miss a possible step, that the peer review is an economic peer review, but then there at least would be an opportunity for Ms. Hampson to respond if there is disagreement. And then just a question mark as to whether, if there needs to be conferencing, whether it is between the economic experts rather than necessarily the planners. And look, I do know the planners have been engaging informally in what I understand is quite an efficient way. So it may not need to be formal conferencing in that sense, but happy for it equally to be so.
Sorry, I had misunderstood you. I had thought your preference was for the planners to formally conference. Look, in terms of the economic review, let's just wait and see what the peer review, what comes out of that. If there is disagreement and we think there's benefit in conferencing to occur, we can direct that. But the objective really is to get to a position where the planners have the same information in front of them, and if there is a solution that can be reached, that they're all talking about the same issues. So let's not overcomplicate it. We're only dealing with potentially two expert opinions that may or may not be different, and two planners who are working constructively together in any event to work on a solution. So I'll issue a minute with the timeline for that.
Thank you, and understood. And thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr Neville.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Apologies, I was having
welcome
headset
back.
issues there.
And thank you very much for stepping in to fill in the time.
So I'm good to go there? Brilliant,
Yes.
thank you for that. My name is Joshua Neville. I'm the team leader of development planning in the South Island for Kāinga Ora Homes and Communities. I'm authorised to present this evidence today on behalf of Kāinga Ora, and this is in support of our primary submission and further submissions on the proposed Timaru District Plan. We've not lodged legal submissions or any other expert submissions for this hearing stream. And in hearing stream A, I provided an introduction to Kāinga Ora and our context for involvement in Timaru for the benefit of the panel. So I'll not repeat that today. So with respect to the hearing stream today, Kāinga Ora has broad interest in the topics covered by hearing stream B, and we've made a fulsome submission and further submissions on these matters. I won't address extensively all the elements of our submission or the corporate statement we lodged in support of that submission, but generally we support, in broad terms, the relevant Section 42A report and the recommendations made by Ms White. We asked the panel to consider a limited number of further matters, and these matters I do note that Ms White earlier today mentioned in her.
Oh, we've lost you, Mr Neville. Can you hear us still? It's frozen.
Sorry, am I back there?
You are now.
Yep. So did you catch there that the matters I wanted to discuss are policy GRZ P1, which is the use of the term maintain with respect to anticipated amenity in the general residential zone, as opposed to anticipated, which we saw in our submission, outdoor living space requirements in the general residential zone, and lastly, just to cover off the zoning of the Kāinga Ora own site at Grey Road. In making our submission to the proposed district plan, Kāinga Ora sought a framework which would be enabling of residential development, and in particular redevelopment at higher density. A framework that would provide for good on-site amenity and functionality and balance the effect of that development, whilst avoiding some blunt controls in the plan. We believe that this can be achieved through well-defined built form standards and clear objectives and policies. If the controls in the plan are set right, then sufficient flexibility is provided to enabling housing variety and choice, while still reflecting the anticipated urban form outcomes of the zones. At a practical level, it's our experience that the approach outlined above sort of leads to everyone having a clearer understanding of the outcomes in any given zone and helps inform better design and development. I touch on this in my evidence at Section 3, but any consideration of built form matters also needs to consider other matters such as subdivisions, earthworks and transport, and the direction and intent of some of our submission points, an abstract of that wider consideration can kind of get lost, and hence why we provided our statement of evidence. As I discuss in the evidence more fulsomely at Section 5, Kāinga Ora disagreed with the original conclusions of Ms White with respect to policy GRZP1, where the plan seeks to use the term maintain as opposed to anticipated in reference to character and the qualities of the residential zone. We believe that this needs to be amended and would support a further recommendation for this to be amended. The use of the term maintain in our experience creates a higher barrier to consenting when redeveloping sites, and in practice this will favour the status quo. This favouring of the status quo creates a challenge for decision makers and resource consent and a conservative approach to maintain the character, and it has led to situations where we have had consents notified or additional controls placed on developments rather than looking at achieving alignment with an anticipated urban form. I've provided some recommendations to wordings in my statement, and yeah, I note that Ms White covered that in her summary statement also. With respect to outdoor living space requirements, in particular the general residential zone, As discussed in section 5 of my statement, Ms White has accepted some of the kaingoa submission points relating to outdoor living spaces in part, but the parts of the submission not accepted are addressed more fulsomely. The key matter we're really looking for the panel to consider is to support some alternative relief to provide a pathway for a reduction of outdoor living space reflective of the size of the dwelling. The current requirements of 50 metres squared at a minimum dimension of 5 metres is larger than the size of some of the small dwellings and what they would require on site, in our view. And without sufficient discretion for the decision makers, the ability of a consenting pathway where that isn't met would be a challenge. And really, we're looking for that to support future housing choice and variety in the zones. In part, we're sort of opposed to, in the subdivision chapters, a minimum site size in the general residential zone. And I get that that's not considered as part of this hearing, but we would still expect for the plan to provide for sufficient on-site amenity for residents. And I understand from my brief listen to Ms White earlier that she has drawn a similar conclusion to what we've reached. Finally, the Grey Road development site. We own a development site on Grey Road in Timaru. It's bounded by Arthur Street and Theodosia Street. We've sought for this to be rezoned to medium density residential, which was accepted, and it opposed the specific mapping of a control area for a large scale retail overlay on the site. Ms White has recommended this overlay be removed and the site retain its medium density residential zoning. So we support that in full, this recommendation, and I'm able to discuss that further if you need to seek any clarity on that. So we appreciate the work of Ms White in her Section 42A report and broadly support her recommendations. There are a few remaining matters that we seek changes to, and we're not in overall opposition to any of the direction of the Section 42A recommendations. We rather aim to better reflect the intent of our submission through the changes we've sought. We believe these adjustments will enhance the plan's ability to help deliver on housing outcomes for Timaru, whilst providing for an anticipated level of amenity and appropriate urban form in the zones. So thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you.
Questions? I do. Your paragraph 5.7 of your evidence in chief, I presume there is a formula used when determining reasonable outdoor living space in relation to the size of the dwelling?
For us, I know in terms of our developments, when we're looking at reasonable outdoor living space, we're looking for space immediately adjacent to the primary living area, in a way that's still usable for the tenant, in a way that's accessible for the tenant to those sites. It does vary based on the contours and shapes of the site, and sometimes for instance, a small one-bedroom dwelling, a small 30 square metre outdoor living patio is completely sufficient. We don't have a prescriptive, this must be met. We do have some quality guidelines that we do with our proposals, and our development standards are available on the website that I can share. But it's trying to get that balance of discretion in our submission is what we sought there, rather than a complete control of minimum site sizes where you're not quite meeting that 50 square metre.
So what parameters is the formula based on? Like, does it take into consideration health and well-being, for instance?
So that 50 square metre is sort of a basis that is outlined in the Section 32, and I don't have that up in front of me, but generally that's about the maintenance of the amenities of the zone to a certain aspect around it. And that's why in higher density zones there's much smaller requirements for outdoor living space. what we're asking for and our point there is that a decision maker on a consent would have reasonable discretion to make their own determination if that standard is not met. So I don't think you can prescribe an exact parameter because it is determined somewhat on the development and the site and how that's addressed by any outdoor living space.
So is health and well-being considered at all?
Yes, absolutely, and hence the requirements for minimum outdoor living space. However, in the medium density zone, that's significantly smaller than this, and we're not proposing that sites shouldn't have to provide for outdoor living space. We're just saying that that threshold doesn't need to be as big if the dwelling size is actually smaller. But yes, health and well-being of residents is absolutely something we consider in our development, and we wouldn't be seeking to remove any kind of considerations around that for the decision maker. It's more to just make that size a pathway available for that size.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. One question for you. At paragraph 5.1 of your evidence in chief.
Yes.
You've mentioned there that you disagree with the conclusions and recommendations of Ms White relating to objective MRZ, objective 2. And I note that Ms White in her summary report highlights that there was no evidence supplied within your to support that opposition. Is that something that was inadvertently left out, or do you continue to pursue that point? Could you update me there, please?
Yeah, it was left out. If I bring up the objective, I believe that's with respect to above ground floor living space there. We haven't sought to actively remove that submission point. We're just in a situation at the moment where the government direction with respect to above ground floor living spaces has changed. And as a Crown-owned entity, we do have to give effect to government direction there. So that reference was probably left in there inadvertently. But no, we aren't seeking any changes beyond Ms White's report with respect to objective MRZ 02.
Thank you for confirming that. I've got no further questions.
And no questions from me, Mr Neville. Thank you very much for your evidence and your time today.
Thank you.
We are going to take an early lunch break. Submitters this afternoon. And I'll turn my microphone on. And I think as Mary Clay is by video link, is that correct? So if we can, cameras on. Ms. Clay, are you there? Can you hear us? Is someone able to make contact with Ms. Clay? Thank you. Just stepped out. You're on. She's on mute, but if I don't know if it's. Does she want to go out and try and come back in? Here we are. Can you hear us now?
I can now, yes. Thank you. It was weird.
It was a bit. Look, are you running the case this afternoon for the submitters? What's the batting order?
Well, we were hoping you would advise us whether you wanted us to give you a brief summary of our position, or whether you just wanted to ask questions, or what would you like?
A brief summary would be much appreciated, thank you.
Okay, right. Well, we have our client, Mr. Aitken and Co, who have put in a submission regarding 27 Halley Terrace. 27 Halley Terrace is located in Temuka, basically along Halley Terrace, which is located in between the main street, King Street, and the railway line. There are a number of residential properties along Halley Terrace, also a number of non-residential properties. They are currently in the vicinity of King Street, southern end of King Street, zoned Commercial 1 under the operative plan, and the council has sought to rezone those properties to general residential. The submitter has sought to have those retained as a commercial zone, and obviously the new commercial zone is town centre. So that's what we're after. The situation is that those properties have been zoned commercial since, for a number of years. And I've in fact looked recently at the Section 32 report on commercial zones dated May 2022, the council's Section 32 report. At that time, and I'll just quickly read a paragraph here. Outside of Timaru, there are 3 other commercial zones: Commercial 1, Temuka, Geraldine and Pleasant Point. These generally encompass the central commercial area in each township. The plan includes a range of objectives to manage those commercial areas. Objectives 3.1.1.1 and 3.1.1.2 seek to minimise conflicts between commercial areas, activities and other land uses, and mitigate adverse effects of activities within commercial zones on adjoining residential zones. The policy is intended to implement these outcomes, direct the use of the various zones to separate commercial activities from residential activities and other sensitive uses, and concentration of commercial activities where they will have limited effects on or adequately mitigate effects on sensitive activities. The policies also include direction on how noise, odour and dust are to be managed. So in considering that initial Section 32 report that was prepared in May 2022, it seemed clear that the original commercial 1 zoning of this land was there to separate commercial activity from residential activities, and took into account the fact that while there were some residential activities along Halley Terrace, that there are, is a mix of zoning, and those residential properties are located currently, utilised as residential activities, are located in between the main shopping service street and the railway corridor. So the fact that the council has now proposed to change the zoning to residential seems unusual, and particularly when the argument that has been made by Ms. White in her Section 42A report is that there would be increased isolation if 27 Halley Terrace stayed rezoned residential, general residential, is a bit contradictory, because at the end of the day, this land is currently zoned commercial, and our submitter is seeking to retain the commercial character of the commercial zoning of the land.
Thank you for that. Did you prepare the submission on behalf of the submitter?
I didn't prepare the initial submission, no.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you have any questions for Ms. Clay?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Clay, have any of the neighbours been spoken to about the proposed zoning for?
I have not spoken to any of the adjoining neighbours, and I don't know if Glenn, who's there, Glenn McLaughlin, has.
No,
he might be able to jump in here.
No neighbours have been consulted with as such until we actually understand what comes out of today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Clay. So, just following on from Commissioner Solomon's question, so what you've put forward in your evidence today would impact on other residential landowners in the area. Is that correct? Have I understood that correctly?
I think the critical thing to consider here is that the land is currently zoned commercial 1, so all of the neighbours at the moment are effectively zoned commercial 1. The council's come in and recommended a rezoning to the general residential zoning, and at that point, our submitter of 27 Halley Terrace has submitted, and we've looked at the issues, we've looked at the effects, and noted the location of the site is really in a unique situation between the main street and the railway corridor, and considered that really contradictory to what Ms. White has said in terms of isolation specific to 27 Halley Terrace, that in fact creating or including the land around 27 Halley Terrace and surrounds as general residential is in fact causing a far greater impact in terms of effects. If I refer back to that initial paragraph I read in the Section 32 report, I think it's important to acknowledge that the commercial zones were there to separate commercial activities from residential activities, and in this particular situation, it's even more important that area exists as commercial. Certainly there's nothing wrong with the residential activities that are there, and there may be further residential activities created in the future. But retaining the zoning as commercial or, town centre zone really is a sensible way of approaching it. That way the people that live there along there now and may in the future are aware that they're surrounded by commercial activities, both across the road at the in the railway corridor and backing on to the main street. And so that they're aware of the fact that they're adjacent to commercial activities, and that becomes, it really forms the existing environment.
Thank you. Appreciate that explanation. I'm still curious in terms of what the original submission sought and what your evidence puts forward. It seems to be, is there a scope issue in terms of if other properties, other residences haven't had the opportunity to consider what you're proposing? I guess I'm trying to understand is that you're making some assumptions there that they would be supportive of the town centre zone.
I think it's certainly a difficult situation, and unfortunately we were going to have a lawyer with us today, but she's in hospital, so unable to attend and discuss the scope issue in the sort of detail that a lawyer would. But I think importantly, the land is currently zoned commercial, and all of those property owners that are there at the moment would acknowledge that they're in a commercial zone, albeit that they're currently residentially used, those sites. So it's a difficult situation, but I think that when you consider the implications of the proposed change or rezoning to residential, and the implications that has on the surrounds, that you have to consider all aspects.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate that you haven't got your legal counsel with you today. In paragraph 17 of your evidence in chief, I'm interested in your view in response to Ms White's recommendation in her section 42A report, where she noticed that if the zoning changed just for 27 Halley Terrace, so I'm not talking about the other land.
Yep.
That it would create an isolated pocket alongside the proposed TCZ zone. Have you considered that aspect of Ms White's evaluation?
I have. Yep, sorry, you go.
Yes, thank you. I'd be interested in your thoughts there.
I have. I think that it's tricky to talk about isolation when what in fact is being created by this proposed rezoning is an isolated pocket of purely residential activity between the main street and the railway corridor. So yes, you can look at the fact that there would be an isolated commercial site if one went ahead and only retained the commercial zoning at 27 Halley Terrace. But we have to remember that the site, that whole row of sites is zoned commercial at the moment, and that changing it to residential, which is what is proposed here now by the council, that is causing an isolated pocket.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all my questions for you. Thank you, Ms Clay.
I think there's a key point here that's just been missed, just a wee touch, and the long-term plan is about a long-term plan, and we've got the town square it's heavily committed in King Street, and then there's two sections out the back of that, which is 120 and 126 King Street as well, that are connecting on the back of 27 Halley Terrace. The vision in the forefront of this is to actually say that we actually, at some point, if TDC, along with ourselves, done something constructive, you could actually utilise that land a lot better if it was used as in a commercial fold than as a general residential. We've got a bus depot right beside us that's got underground fuel tanks, etc. So I'm saying, and I'm not claiming it's a Hale site, but that's already exists on Halley Terrace as well. So we need to just take into consideration that 3 houses down, you've got the Commerce Street car park. So there's quite a bit of void, and I understand the mix, because it's not just about it's about we, and we as a whole street to come to that resolution. But we just need to make sure that we're accurate in what we actually are discussing, that doesn't stop any future growth as well for the town and for the betterment of the town.
And can I also just add to the scope matter? If possible, we would like to defer that until Georgina is healthy and then be able to respond accordingly.
Absolutely, there's no question about that. I was going to suggest that we just park that issue and enable her to respond.
Yep, but just touching on that, and my experience with district plan reviews is that often people or residents don't actually pay much attention to a district plan until they need to do something with their land. And so you could say one way or the other whether or not they've considered either side. And so one, they might not have submitted to request that the zoning change or remain as it was, or commercial, but equally they haven't objected to the submission that we've put forward.
Perhaps whether it's Mr Aitken or Ms Clay wanted to respond, but can you just sort of outline what engagement you've had with the council on this issue outside of lodging a submission?
We've had all your horsepower. We've had the mayor, we've had the chief executive, 2 councillors, and the TDC property manager sit in with the presentation that we gifted. So yeah, I'm not. I asked them about this process, and they said you've got to go through the process and do things accordingly. And I totally agree with that too, because it's got to be done on merit. It can't be influenced by those people that I just talked about there. So
I was just more interested into whether or not, I mean, there's been a process for a draft plan that was notified before, or consultation document before the formal proposed plan was notified, and I just wondered whether you had engaged on this topic with the council through that process.
we can supply you with a document if you want a document supplied. I would say that we contacted Glenn before we actually drew any plans up.
Yeah, it's commercially sensitive really, isn't it?
It is. It's something for the benefit of the town. We're not hiding what we're doing. It is commercially sensitive at this stage, but we're looking forward to it.
Can I just rephrase that question a little bit? Before a draft plan becomes public, I think the question is, what engagement did the council have with you prior to this being released? Was this discussed with you prior to this coming
We've
public?
drawn plans up, Stacey, and we haven't.
No, I'm just talking about the rezoning.
Oh, the rezoning.
Yes, sorry.
No.
So
I
were
would say
you
no.
consulted with the zone change before the draft?
No. Sorry.
This is no.
So that's good. But can I just to help understand Halley Terrace, and it's definitely on our drive-by list, if you could say that, with several other things over the next month. But we talk about, in the summary, it does talk about different activities on the terrace. So there's commercial and residential. Can you give us some examples of other commercial activities that are currently on that terrace?
So we've got an electrician that's just moved in to just down the road beside the fire station. We've got the fire station, obviously. We've got Ritchie's Coast Lines that park their buses at 25 Halley Terrace. And we've got your commercial car park sitting on the corner of Commerce Street. Yeah, along with, on the other side is all heavily commercial, which is storage and the rail. Halley Terrace is a road that got constructed by TDC, and that is the main arterial for the rail, so that is the main link, so it's a heavy traffic route as well, so that needs to be considered in the options as well. It's not a place.
Can I just note also that the land across the road, the railway land is proposed to be zoned general industrial.
Yes, we've also got a map up on a screen here as well, so we can see.
That's cool.
The zoning.
I can't.
Helpful to see the pictures, but yes. I think the panel's going to benefit from a site visit to have a look for ourselves, I think, just to understand the...
I'd be really keen to host and to show and to share. I think that's critical.
Look, I think with our site visits, generally we don't attend with a submitter unless it involves going on private property, but it's more important to orient ourselves and to refamiliarise ourselves about the relationship between the main street and the zoning behind it. So, thank you.
Happy with that.
Did you want to say something further, Mr McLaughlin?
Yeah, it was possibly more just a question as to the rationale behind the rezoning in the first place. To understand, obviously there's an existing land use activity that's occurred there, but when the growth management strategy talked about consolidated commercial built environment in Temuka, and that there was enough commercially zoned land, we're taking a step backwards from that, and that could potentially push commercial land elsewhere if the demand existed. So what was the rationale behind the rezoning in the first place? Is that able
it's not a question for us, but we can ask those questions. Generally, we look to the Section 32 document to understand what the justification is for the zoning that was proposed. So, yeah, it's certainly a matter that we will look into.
It just didn't seem to jump out at me in the document.
Well, we'll pay attention to that as well.
Can I just add, in the Section 32 report, it makes it quite clear that the commercial one part of Temuka is to be town centre zone.
Yeah, and so we just need to ascertain whether there is some justification for the rezoning to residential. Thank you. All right, unless there's one more question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Aiken and McLaughlin. I wanted to just check your comfort with the Section 42A, Ms White's recommendations in relation to 168 King Street, which you've also submitted on. So are you comfortable that the relief that you were seeking has been addressed appropriately?
So 168 is on the corner?
Yeah, that's
corner one?
Yeah, it's on the corner of Wood Street.
And that's deemed to be residential current?
Yes.
General residential?
Yeah, so Ms White's supported the fact that that actually remained as commercial or town centre.
Yep.
So we accept it.
So you've got nothing more that you would like to highlight there for us? You're quite happy?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
There was probably only one more thing to touch on with Mary's evidence that I thought was a good middle ground, and that is really addressing the existing situation with residential, and that perhaps an overlay or a special zone where residential on ground floor or at ground level, which would facilitate the fact that, or acknowledge what is currently there, and maybe provide for a little bit more mixed use in that area. And I thought that was quite a pragmatic approach.
We've read through Ms Clay's evidence, and we've got that the drafting approach in front of us. An aspect of that would probably relate to scope, which is something that, so we'd be interested in your legal counsel comments in relation to that aspect of Ms Clay's evidence.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, unless there's anything else, we'll take on board what you've said, and we will conduct a site visit over the next few weeks and just get our heads around these issues. So, just to reiterate that we are supportive of your legal counsel providing a written response to the scope issue when she's in a position to do so. And yeah, I'm not quite sure the timing of that, but allow you to perhaps liaise with the hearing administrator on the timing of that, and we'll confirm that that's appropriate. So,
that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Clay. Next submitters are John Joe Mackenzie and Catherine Beauchamp.
Right. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm John Mackenzie. I'm Catherine Beauchamp, my daughter-in-law, and Joe Mackenzie are the other submitter that appears in the officer report. So we're here solely to reinforce both our submissions and the recommendation of the officer, Liz White, to grant the relief sought to rezone the land in Shore Street to residential, which it's currently rural lifestyle zone. It's quite problematic because it's intended for much larger lots with larger setbacks for buildings and consent processes and the like. Whereas where this land is, it's largely within the urban precinct of Geraldine. And the photos that I've shown you there of Shore Street, for instance, you can see there's a cricket match going on the road, but there's curbing and channeling, sealed footpaths, the three waters and electricity all connected to those sites. They're small lots. And at the time that the subdivider applied for subdivision, the application's dated 2005, but they submitted a subdivision plan with cross-hatching on those small lots, recommending that they be zoned for as an urban use, or for an urban use. But that seems to have been lost in translation. Either the developer never got round to doing a plan change, nor did the council. So the district plan review is an ideal opportunity now to correct that and address the small lots that are effectively within the Geraldine urban area now, and it's just incompatible to have them zoned for a rural zone or rural use. So yeah, that's really, there's nothing contentious. We support what the officer is saying, and we hope that the panel finds accordingly.
Thank you for that, and yes, it's helpful to have the photographs to put some images in our mind of what you're proposing, and it sounds like that you've reached an accommodation at least with the 42A author. And yes, we do have a process where we need to satisfy ourselves that that's the correct outcome, but yeah, thank you for attending today.
All right, short and sweet, thank you.
Welcome back, Ms O'Brien.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am here again on behalf of Georgina Hamilton, who is absent today, and she is legal counsel for Waihi School Trust Board, which I will refer to as Waihi. I am attending today with Penny Gallagher to my right, Waihi's planning witness. I thank the panel again for the understanding of Ms Hamilton's absence and would politely ask again that if there are any questions from the panel on legal matters, that I am given the opportunity to confer with Ms Hamilton and provide a written response. I will present a short summary of Waihi's position and then introduce Ms Gallagher. In his Section 42A report, Reporting Officer Mr Andrew McLennan considered the requested package of plan provisions produced by Waihi that sought to satisfy the concerns raised in their original submission, and Mr Stuart Ford's National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land Assessment, supporting the adoption of a site-specific planning framework for the sites. From this, Mr McLennan has recommended a new Waihi school precinct over the sites to be included in the proposed district plan, and a new policy, PREC 8, Policy 1, and Rule, GRUZ, Rule 7, to recognise the existing Waihi School and educational facilities and to provide for future education facilities on the sites. On the basis of Ms Gallagher's evidence, which she will talk to shortly, Waihi School Trust Board supports Ms McLennan's recommendations in relation to their submission points 236.1 and 236.2. Accordingly, the Waihi School Trust Board respectfully requests the hearings panel adopt Ms McLennan's recommendations. Unless the panel has any questions that I may pass on to Ms Hamilton, I will hand over to Ms Gallagher.
I think we're happy to hear from Ms Gallagher. Thank you.
I just plan to statement. The Waihi School Trust Board submission on the proposed plan sought a site-specific planning framework to recognise and provide for education activities and facilities at 611 and 637 Temuka Orari Highway, which are located in the general rural zone of the district plan, proposed district plan. At the request of Mr McLennan, Waihi prepared a package of site-specific provisions for the sites and engaged Mr Stuart Ford to undertake an assessment of the sites against the NPS HPL, National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. This information was provided to Mr McLennan and has informed his recommendations in his Section 42A report for the GRUZ zone. This includes the new PREC8 Waihi School Precinct and the associated plan provisions. I consider that the PREC8 Waihi School Precinct and the associated provisions recommended by Mr McLennan are appropriate as they address the matters raised in the submission, are an efficient and effective method of achieving GRUZ 01 and will ensure that the character and qualities of the GRUZ as set out in Objective GRUZ 02 will be maintained. Further, based on the conclusions of Mr Ford's NPS HPL assessments, I consider that the NPS HPL does not provide an impediment to the inclusion of the site-specific planning framework for education facilities on the sites. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher and Ms O'Brien. It might be a question for one or other of you. I can't recall seeing a copy of Mr Ford's assessments. I appreciate that you've forwarded them on to Mr McLennan.
Yes.
It would be useful just to be able to cast our eyes over that, I think.
I believe they were attached to the 42A. Yeah.
Apologies.
But we can provide additional copies. Yeah.
Perfect. We already have it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for that, Ms Gallagher. Can you just, in this hearing process, we've been hearing from other submitters about issues around potential reverse sensitivity from rural activities and sensitive uses. Mm-hmm. And one of the activities that's generally considered to be a sensitive activity is education,
correct,
schools.
Yeah.
And I just, look, just for the purposes of my knowledge here, are there any issues that have arisen in the context of Waihi School that you're aware of that might be categorised as the sorts of effects that might raise issues of reverse sensitivity?
Not that I am aware of, no, in terms of matters that have been raised in the past in terms of reverse sensitivity. No, I'm not aware of anything. Okay. But Mr Ford did cover that off in his assessments.
Sounds like we need to catch up with the written
in terms
material.
Of reverse sensitivity on primary production.
Yes. Yeah. No, thank you for that. And we, yes, vast amount of material gets sent to us. So we will definitely revisit that. But it's good to hear that there's also some common views that have been reached as between yourself and Mr McLennan. So yes, thank right. you for engaging with the council reporting officers on those issues. So thank you very much for your attendance today. And there are no additional legal matters that we need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so we've got, are we up to Transpower? Are they online? So we have Ms McLeod. No, who have we got here? Yes. And Rebecca Enge. Is it Enge or Eng? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I can hear you, but I don't know if you can see me.
We can. Now we can see you both. Sorry, I was just struggling with Rebecca's surname.
Eng.
Eng. Okay, welcome. So we're in your hands. Happy to hear what you have to say today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for your time today and for accommodating the appearance via video link. So I'm joined by Rebecca Eng today, who's the Technical Lead for Environmental Policy at Transpower. She's available to answer questions that you may have that are more appropriately directed to her. But otherwise, I hope I can be very brief today. The outstanding matters addressed in my evidence relate to how the policies in the various zone chapters relate to the national grid, and also more broadly the relationship between objectives and policies in the energy and infrastructure chapter with those objectives and policies in the zone chapters. In my evidence, I conclude that the other activities policies, if I can call them that, in the zone chapters, insofar as they apply to the national grid, how those policies fail to give effect to the national policy statement for electricity transmission and give rise to tension or conflict between the policies in the energy and infrastructure chapter and the zone chapter policies. This morning I listened to Ms White, and in her summary she agreed that there's an issue and notes that it's clear where the rules in the district plan apply to energy and infrastructure activities, but it's less clear at a policy level. In my evidence, I have suggested some possible solutions to the issue. The first was providing a policy pathway in the other activities policies for energy and infrastructure activities or the national grid. And that's consistent with the relief sought in Transpower's submission. But alternatively, I've suggested other approaches which could include an explicit direction in the energy and infrastructure chapter to make it clear that the energy and infrastructure objectives and policies apply instead or take precedence or prevail over the zone chapter policies. Lastly, I've also suggested another approach which is consistent with the supplementary evidence I provided you in hearing A, and that's effectively what I define as a carve-out approach, where you identify the policies in the energy and infrastructure chapter that prevail over, say, zone-specific policies. Ms White helpfully noted that the Section 42A report authors have discussed these possible approaches and firstly conclude that a policy pathway is justified, and then secondly say that they've formed a preliminary view that it's more appropriate to provide a policy pathway within the energy and infrastructure chapter. I agree and can confirm that such an approach is consistent with my evidence and would resolve the outstanding matters in respect of Transpower's submission that are considered in my evidence and in this hearing stream. I'm happy to take questions from here.
Thank you, Ms McLeod. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Ms McLeod. So for clarity, paragraph 40B of your evidence in chief.
Just go to that. Yes.
So that's the option that the Section 42A officers were discussing this morning as there being their kind of preliminary preferred approach. That's what aligns with your preference as well?
Yes, I think that it's just making it explicit in the energy and infrastructure chapter that the objectives and policies in that chapter prevail over or take preference, effectively giving them weight over the zone chapter policies that deal with other activities that don't have a somewhat elevated status, and particularly an elevated status for the national grid, given the national policy statement.
Great, thank you. And so in that sense, also you're comfortable that the further work in that space would quite comfortably sit at the later energy hearing?
Yeah, I think that's probably appropriate, so that it's considered in the whole around the directions that are given at the front end of that chapter.
Thank you.
I have no further questions for you, Ms McLeod. I think that's all clear, and thank you for the supplementary statement that you filed earlier.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other submitters? We're all good to go.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion this week.
No, that's fine.
Just I should probably preface with when the submissions were closing, everyone in our firm had COVID apart from an engineer, a survey field tech and an administrator. So there's been a little bit of a mismatch between the submissions that came through, which we are looking at rectifying through the hearing process. So yeah, good afternoon. I have little to comment on today, but primarily I'm here to reiterate our submission points in relation to GRUZR4, the proposed amended wording for that following the Section 42A, within the Section 42A report is listed at page 200, and RLZR2, which is listed at page 219 of the Section 42A. A matter that I've realised is of critical importance following some other matters currently being discussed in neighbouring councils. I apologise, no expert evidence briefs were provided in advance. The matter in question has only very recently come about, and now that Millwood Finlay Lob is working through the ramifications of proposed wording within the Mackenzie District Plan Change 23 documents, we have now taken another look at the proposed rules as they are proposed in Timaru. I am more than happy to provide a copy of these speaking notes to the panel. I welcome the amendments that have been proposed by Mr McLennan, however, I would submit they do not go far enough. While the proposed amendment now recognises the operative date of the plan, it does not recognise those subdivisions that may be approved but do not have title yet. As is well understood by this panel, there is a significant period of time within which a landowner may obtain title following the issue of a resource consent, and our clients who do not currently have title at the date of this plan at the date the plan becomes operative will be adversely affected by this rule, or at least future owners of these allotments will be. Council has already accepted that there will be residential development of these sections by approving a subdivision consent for the underlying title. Therefore, it would be remiss of Council to then request a land use consent be sought to develop that property once title is issued, were it to fall after the date the plan becomes operative. I've carried out a very quick review of our records. While I accept we did have an exceptional year in 2022 in terms of applying for rural subdivision prior to the operative plan becoming notified, I stopped counting at 50 subdivisions that would be affected by this rule as they don't currently have title. This obviously doesn't take into account the other years of applications and those that may have split obtaining title between the Section 223 and 224 process. Therefore, I would request that the rules be amended as per our original submission to account for this matter. unless council are amenable to offering an alternative form of relief. All the other matters that were raised within the Millwood Finlay Lob submissions, they were matters that we came about through clients' questions. A number of people just wanted to see something in writing from council to confirm existing use rights and those sorts of matters. So that was why we submitted on those topics. But again, I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
So just from your perspective, do you think that it's just an oversight in terms of drafting? Or is there some issue that you're aware of that the council's identified?
In terms of this council or Mackenzie Council?
Well, this council.
Yeah. So as far as I can tell, there's been no identified issue from this council in terms of why you wouldn't accept subdivision consents that have been issued. I just believe it's a drafting oversight. Yeah.
And have you had a conversation with Mr. McLennan directly about that, to see if that is the case in terms of his research into the issue?
To be honest, I only just really got to the nub of it in the last couple of days, so did not bother Mr. McLennan. So no, I have not had that discussion.
I think it would be helpful for you to have that conversation. Do you have any questions on that point? No. Look, I think in order for us to be able to sensibly approach the issue in the way that it's been raised today, I think it would be helpful if you had a chat to Mr. McLennan, and if you are he can respond as to whether or not there's a difference of opinion, or whether there's simply been an oversight. That would be helpful. Thank you very much.
No worries.
So, are we going to move straight to Harvey Norman, is that? Okay. Ms. Revi, can you hear us?
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you, and thank you for coming along a little earlier. If you can just take us through a summary of your evidence and the issues that Harvey Norman are seeking to advance in this process.
Thank you. I have attached to the meeting chat, I apologise, I didn't circulate this prior, my summary statement, but I can circulate that as appropriate, and I will just read, probably no point sharing my screen, I'll just read off my summary statement if that's all right with the Commissioners.
Yes, just take us through it. You don't need to share your screen. We'll receive the paperwork. Thank you.
Sure. I will, in my summary statement I have just shared in that chat, I will commence at section 2, summary of evidence, at the bottom of page 1. So 2.1 there, I support Ms. White's recommendation to reduce the recommended setback applying in the LFR zone where adjoining general residential zone boundary from 15 metres to 10 metres. This setback is considered appropriate given the anticipated land use activities of the respective zones and generally aligns with the commercial and industrial zone setback requirements. I note in Appendix A of Ms. White's summary statement that the submitter's recommended changes to the design guidelines remain outstanding, pending further evidence during the hearing process. The submission seeks to include the use of timber and concrete materials for development and to amend the glazing requirements to provide architectural design flexibility where these finishes can be used as appropriate for development. I acknowledge that the Council Planner has noted that the design guidelines are contained in an appendix to the LFRZ and not a rule or standard. And whilst being a matter for discretion for any new buildings, its reference applies more as a guide rather than a directive. Whilst it is the intent for the guidelines to be treated as a guidance document, this approach grants full discretion to the processing planner, who may insist on guideline-specified finishes only. To avoid this circumstance, broadening the guidelines to include timber and concrete finishes would significantly enhance development flexibility, streamline administration of the LFRZ applications, and provide long-term opportunities as new building products advance over time. Further, having a wider range of pre-approved materials will help to minimise construction delays should supply chain disruptions reoccur, as seen during the COVID era. The Harvey Norman site already has stamped consented drawings dated 4 August 2022, which detail in elevation the glazing and materials proposed for the development. Given this circumstance, it is my view that the design guideline reflect actual consented conditions by including concrete precast panels with exposed timber relief and texture. This can be included within Clause 9, building materials of the guidelines. Additionally, concrete with or without trowel or broom finish should not be limited to yard areas as specified in the current guideline, Clause 11C, as this is also appropriate material to be used as footpaths and driveways. Also, having read the evidence of Ms. Deborah Lisang, I cannot find any urban design reason for not accepting the Harvey Norman Properties Limited submission. Finally, the consented elevations show the proportion and relationship of the building's glazing at ground level. For such large-scale activities and buildings, it is not practical or cost-effective to achieve at least 50% of the facade to be entrance and window elements. I therefore recommend that this design element apply 3 metres below the roofline or 3 metres from ground level. This will continue to achieve the intent of the guideline whilst also maintaining the pedestrian scale and interaction with the window elements. And by way of conclusion, overall, with the exception of the one matter above, I welcome the engagement from the reporting planner and agree with her recommendation in support of the Harvey Norman relief. Nothing further.
Thank you for that. I'll just see if there are any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Revi. I noticed that the Tarakihi stream flows near the site. Am I correct?
On the southern side, if I'm not mistaken.
So will your landscape plans account for enhancing that waterway?
I would need to go back to the consent, the approved consent.
No, that's right.
To double check that. That's not a.
I would appreciate that.
Turn my mind to.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you could do that.
The landscaping?
Thank
yep.
you. That's all from me. Thank you.
There are no further questions for you, Ms. Revi. Thank you very much for your evidence and presentation, and we'll look at the issues that you've raised. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, Commissioners.
We've got 2 more submitters this afternoon who are not here currently. We will take a break shortly, but Ms. Vila, perhaps use this time to just check in with you in terms of the to-do list. That would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good idea. I do have a bit of a to-do list. Just excuse me 1 minute. I'll organise myself. I'm wondering if we start perhaps with the Bidwell submission, and you had asked Mr. Geddes to talk to Ms. White about whether or not they could come to some sort of agreement or get closer on the provisions. But the thing I've had a chat to Ms White about this, and the thing that's occurring to us is that I think we might have a fundamental disagreement on the scope there. And so I'm wondering whether it might be more efficient to have a ruling on scope in terms of what whether the panel thinks that the submission provides sufficient scope to extend or to include rules that relate across the entire zone as opposed to on the site or even adjacent to the site of the existing hospital, because I think that would help to guide that conversation between the planners and see if we can sort of get to something that is workable. And I appreciate that Mr Geddes hadn't seen that I'd raised that issue, and I did catch him afterwards to let him know that that we just raised that as an issue, hadn't intended to really take a sort of necessarily a strong position on that. We were sort of interested in the panel exploring that if they thought that was appropriate. But I think in terms of a conversation between the planners, it might be useful to have that. I haven't given a lot of thought to whether I need to make some further legal submissions and don't have instructions on that at the moment, but perhaps I thought I might have till the end of the day and had that conversation with Mr Hackett, but I could do that if you thought that was necessary. But I appreciate you'd need to hear from Mr Geddes on scope too before you sort of made any kind of ruling.
I think to be fair, he was a bit surprised he hadn't caught up with that, and that's fine. So if he's appearing again soon, so we could check in with him to see whether he'd given any thought to that yet or whether he wanted to take some further guidance or instructions from his client. So we'll allow that to occur. And this is probably one of those issues where it's pretty straightforward. It either is in or it's not in. And I just want him to have an opportunity to consider the perspective that you've put forward and see where he arrives at without us possibly even needing to make a ruling.
Sure.
So let's get that step out of the way first.
Yep, sounds good.
And if there is still a dispute on scope, then we'll consider whether we need to make a ruling or whether you can do it on a without prejudice basis and still have the conversation regarding the provisions.
Yes, I think that would be worthwhile. I think the next thing I was quite keen to explore with you was around the questions that you had asked Mr McLennan and I to look into for the small fixed-wing aircraft. You've asked Mr McLennan to provide a Section 32AA evaluation of the rule, but I've been back into his Section 42A summary, and I think as I mentioned on Monday, the council's been trying to take as proactive approach as possible to sort of resolving issues between submitters, and so to that end, Mr McLennan was quite keen to signal in his 42A summary that he'd read the evidence and accepted that that the rules that were in his 42A report may not be appropriate for small fixed-wing aircraft. And so what he's done is to say, given the nature of the noise produced by small fixed-wing aircraft, he largely agreed with the amendments suggested by Mr Moore, but that he thought there still needed to be some control around noise. And so at paragraph 30, he'd said you could either, for example, consider it under the general noise rule, or maybe there may be something else that's appropriate, but he hadn't really gone any further in terms of proposing a rule. And as I mentioned yesterday, I think potentially the day before, I guess we had in the back of our mind, and apologies for not making sure that it was clear on the face of his summary, but that Ms White is actually the reporting officer for noise, and so we were thinking that probably a general sort of noise-related rule would come into that chapter, but we appreciate that the panel is quite keen to get a resolution on that, as is the council. And so we could sort of attempt to deal with that now rather than later. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that he can't really do a 32AA assessment without having sort of considered an appropriate rule. And so I'm wondering whether the best way of doing this is for him to, and he may need to take some expert advice on that as well. I wonder whether he puts some thought into what that kind of rule might look like as a general rule, and and takes whatever advice he needs to take on that, and then we approach the submitters to have that conversation. I'm not clear on whether they'd be sort of open to that, but I think what maybe wasn't evident from the submission is that there has been some contact from Mr McLennan and some dialogue. We just unfortunately were in a position where the information that he'd sort of received, he wasn't able to consolidate and tease out further, I suppose, before he had to finalise the report, because of course we're finalising reports 6 to 8 weeks in advance of a hearing, but submitters may not be sort of getting themselves ready until a little bit later. So I'm just wondering if there might be the opportunity to allow Mr McLennan to have that conversation in the same way that he has with the helicopter submitters, and he's sort of successfully managed to get to a resolution with them. So I wonder if that might be the first step, and then we'd be happy to report back at some stage on that, and if there's any further sort of procedural directions or anything that are required, I wonder whether that might be the sort of time to do that. And I appreciate you've asked me for some information around the historical sort of stuff that we can get on with in the meantime.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're definitely not going to discourage conversations happening, and there shouldn't be any barrier to that.
Yep.
So yes is the answer, that Mr McLennan should approach the submitter and see if there's a way forward. I guess the position that was being put to us by the submitter was reasonably plain, that there was no, well, they couldn't find any evidential basis to even support this being a relevant resource management issue for this district plan off the back of the way the operative plan deals with the issue currently. It's somewhat of a surprise, and there's a bit of a gap, and I appreciate that Mr McLennan is trying to offer solutions, but the position may be that there is no need to provide a solution. So I guess I had interpreted Mr McLennan's report as suggesting that this was the fallback position in terms of that it could be a noise, and therefore I did feel it was incumbent on him to, if he's even floating that idea, to have thought about the Section 32AA implications of that, given the baseline that the submitter's telling us. The whole issue arose. So happy to break it down. There was a lot that came out in that hearing. Happy to take first steps first. You do your research into the issue. Mr McLennan have a conversation with the submitter on that issue. But I guess, again, it probably is on a without prejudice basis for both parties, because at least we were hearing the submitter saying nothing to see here.
That's right. Yeah. I appreciate that, and I guess that's what hadn't sort of come through. Was that there has been sort of some dialogue, and I appreciate the position that they're taking. It may well be that might be the they might be drawing a line in the sand, and that's okay. But if we could explore that, I think that would be worthwhile. Because my understanding is that the ODP does sort of that the general noise rule does apply. So. That's my understanding of the current position, but I'll leave that to the planners. And just sort of related to that, Mr McLennan and perhaps I still need to sort of address the scope issue around that, which, I mean, my initial thinking is that there will be scope, but we'll sort of provide you some proper analysis on that. And in terms of the questions I'll come back to Mr McLennan in a minute, but in terms of the questions for me, I had 3. One being any record of complaints in relation to non-commercial fixed-wing aircraft. 2 being the monitoring that Council has undertaken in terms of the efficacy of the ODP and the rules under that plan. And 3, what evidence base led to the rule in the first place. My question around that is, are you happy for me to provide that to you in a memorandum, or would you like that in the form of evidence from Mr.
Well,
Hackett?
if it's just matters of record from the council, it can come in a memo.
Okay.
I'm not, and probably just need to emphasise that this was not a request for the council to go and seek the evidence
further information
or confirmation. And this goes to the issue about the 32A.
Yes.
This is about what is on the record now, what has informed the drafting of the plan, and that should be a matter of public record. subject to Lagoima. But we're asking for that information to be put before us.
Yes. And just on the Lagoima, I think the other thing that didn't come through particularly clearly, and I may address this just in the memorandum as well and provide you with the information that was provided to the submitter, because there was a response to the Lagoima request. So we're not in a situation where there was a Lagoima request lodged and there was no response. I think the issue, and again, I need to just go back and check the detail, but I think the issue is that the Lagoima request was phrased in a way that said, can you provide us with the justification for the rule? And from memory, it said something along the lines of, that might include evidence of complaints. But what went back perhaps didn't have any evidence of complaints. And so it wasn't that there was no response. It was just that there was
we understood that. The questions that we put, they did get something back.
Okay.
And we actually had copies of a bunch of redacted emails. But what...
There was,
that they felt that they had, or we understand them to say, they had requested information about the complaints and they got no response on that part of the request. So not suggesting it just fell into a black hole.
It's fine. I just sort of thought I should make that clear. And then there was one more question for Mr. McLennan, which is sort of related to other things. And so I'm just wondering again, the third question for him was, around what does the RPS tell us about the appropriate balance on the reverse sensitivity matters. And so obviously this is something that's sort of come up through a theme through a number of submissions. And that's just making me wonder again whether it might be useful, and I think we have started to do this internally because it will be useful for us, but I did raise at the end of hearing A the possibility of providing essentially like a mapping of all of the relevant provisions relating to reverse sensitivity, both in the PDP as notified, because I think it would be quite helpful to have the lay of the land in terms of how that's dealt with, and that might help with the definitional issues, for example, but also the RPS and any other higher order documents. And this may be going too far, but it's also occurring to me that it might be worth actually having that as an agreed position between the relevant planners, so perhaps Ms Tate and the Prime Port planner, sorry, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but the other relevant planners around reverse sensitivity, just as a so that everybody's on the same page and agreed as to what the relevant objectives and policies are. And that may well help the panel in terms of, you got quite a good oral sort of presentation from Ms Tate the other day, but to have it written down, it might be quite helpful.
I think that's very constructive. And I just cast Jeanette sufficiently wide with other planners because we've got infrastructure providers with potential issues of reverse sensitivity. We've got horticulture and pig farming, and just make sure that you pick
We've
up
captured everybody that raises...
Everybody that has a potential issue with reverse.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so that's... let me just double check my notes. I think I just need to... I think the only thing I need to come back to, unless you've got anything else for me, is timing of these various things. But I just wanted to raise with the panel as well that we've sort of had a late, not really submission, but sort of like a further submission from, my understanding, is a neighbour to a submitter. So the submitter is Canterbury Woodchip Supplies, and my understanding is that they're currently zoned general rural, but sought a rezoning to general industrial, so relevant to this hearing, addressed in Ms Hollier's report, is that right? And she's recommended declining the request to general industrial, so remain general rural. I'm going to just call it a possible further submission at the moment, is from my understanding a neighbour opposing the zoning to general industrial, so essentially supporting Ms Hollier's recommendation. Of course, we don't have any evidence from the submitter on this, so we don't know what the position is. But the request is that the letter be sort of put in front of the panel and considered by the panel. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I guess my sort of initial thoughts are that that the Section 42A report has already been drafted, and so to consider something sort of this late may simply be too late and may potentially affect the submitter who might otherwise have attended the hearing. But I I'm not sure how you would like to approach that.
Well, look, as my understanding, I stand to be corrected, that the delegation is to us to determine whether or not to accept a late
my understanding too,
submission
yep.
at this point in the process, and we haven't seen it yet, so it's not even in front of the panel. So if the submission, actually, correct the record, it came directly to one of the panel members, but has been sent back to the council
Yes.
to come through the appropriate
Yes. Okay.
process. So when it is presented to the panel as a request for a late further submission, we will consider it
Okay.
in accordance with the requirements of the legislation.
Thank you for that.
And if the council has a view on it, that, or if you're telling me that you want to have a view on it, then I can invite you to comment on it, but essentially it sits with the panel. So
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sorry, there is one more thing other than timing, and that relates to, well, actually, this is kind of timing, but this relates to the Blandswood site visit and itinerary that Mr. McLennan is going to put together as well. And so I guess we'd be keen to just get an indication as to when the panel might be looking at going on that site visit so that we can make sure that Mr. McLennan has done his preparations in time.
I think the panel, next time we'll be together is for the next hearing stream.
Okay.
So it would probably suit us to either be the day before or the day after, or if there happens to be an afternoon where there's no
great
submissions, we'll arrange it across those dates, if that gives you a...
Sure.
So as long as we have an agenda,
Yes.
ahead of those dates,
Yes.
so sometime next month, that's absolutely fine by us.
Yep. And just to signal too that Mr. McLennan will work with the Blandswood submitters on that, but also run that past DOC in the event that there's a particular place that they would like you to go or...
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's just talk about timeframes.
Yes.
For some of these. So in terms of the reply, or the interim reply that the 42A authors, I mean, we got the impression, obviously, through correspondence with you, the various memoranda, but also in the conversations at the last hearing, that everybody's pretty committed at this point. And I know there's a lot of work going on and preparing for the hearings ahead. So it has to be realistic. But just accepting that these issues are in front of us now, wanted to test with you the likelihood that we'd get a reply on these two, or the issues in B1 and B2 before we start the next hearing.
Yeah, and I think the thing is we need to be drafting the replies as we go anyway in order to keep track of things, because obviously we've got sort of a hearing schedule that goes for at least 12 months, potentially a bit more, and a number of different sort of Section 42A authors, and for example, Ms. Hollier will be going on leave soon for a while. So we need to be doing that to track and for the authors to sort of be dealing with those sorts of things while they're fresh in their mind as well. We also recognise that there are some issues that are obviously very interrelated, and there are a number of things kind of up in the air in terms of ongoing discussions with Fonterra or other submitters. And so what we would anticipate, we think it would be useful to provide those interim replies, but in a way, and we need to do some work about how we do this, but in a way that kind of acknowledges and recognises that we do have those things sort of up in the air a little bit, so that we can all use them as a tracking device in a way, but also we're sort of feeding back our council team's thoughts on where things are at. So that's I think our team is kind of unanimous in the sense that that's the approach that we'd like to take.
Well, we've found the tables extremely helpful.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that.
And it will be a very valuable tool for us to record our thoughts as we go along as well. So if there's some way to adapt that tabular response to update those recommendations post-hearing, like within a reasonably short turnaround, with just a bit of an update, has it now moved from unresolved to, at least from the author's perspective, to be resolved, or is it remaining outstanding? And I think that To me, that's the more useful way of tracking, rather than receiving another 42A narrative. Just a bit of a running tally, and we can accept that it is interim, and you can clearly make that it is interim.
I can appreciate that. I think the issue that we had when we were post hearing A is that, and this was feedback from Mr. Willis, for example, was that he felt like he was sort of duplicating because he had to write his reply anyway in order to, because you're not going to leave it for 12 months before you sort of go back and respond to the things that have come up in the hearing. And as part of that, there's an updated Appendix B. So Appendix B is the one that sort of has the recommendations in the big table. And so his feedback to me was that he was sort of writing a reply, updating his Appendix B, and then having to do a sort of second or third kind of thing in this table. And we did obviously manage that. It was a bit bumpy for a while just in terms of getting the right format. But I'm glad to hear that the latest version is quite useful because it took us a few iterations to sort of get to the right thing. So I guess that's what I was getting at in terms of, but I think if the tables are really useful to you, which I can see that.
The volume of material. And I like the way that you've referenced, the evidence. You don't have to repeat the evidence, you just draw our attention to the relevant paragraphs or statements that have been made that support that. And then we, through our deliberations, will find our way, we'll go back to that source. I think it's much more efficient in that sense than actually receiving another 60-page report that we have to then pick through.
I can completely understand that. So do you envisage then that the sort of more fulsome reply in which we provide some additional reasons and things like that just comes at the end, so we can kind of continue to sort of draft our replies as we go, but provide you with some comprehensive report at the end?
Additional reasoning.
When we say additional reasoning, yeah, it's another column. It's not a 2 pages of justification repetition. It's
You want to check that? You mean the table, sorry, just to clarify, the table that's attached to our summary statements?
Yes.
So if, as the interim reply, we essentially just add a column to the right that says post-hearing, here's an update, and the update might be, actually, we're not persuaded any further than was set out in the 42A report, that's still outstanding.
Yeah.
Or I've heard this and I now think that,
Great. I'm going to leave Ms. White to convince Mr. Willis that that is an efficient way of going. That's true. Yeah, good.
Yeah, we certainly need the justification, but we don't need another 42A evaluation.
I understand.
And if it was a completely, left field issue that needed further detailed, well, at least in the interim report, you can just flag that this is outstanding and requires further work.
Yeah. So in terms of timing for those then, I'm sort of wondering what you mean by a quick turnaround.
Well, I'm just thinking it would be helpful. Well, we sort of have this window.
Yeah.
The hearings have been nicely staggered, depending on how you feel about
who
that,
you
but
are, yeah.
You're not sitting for, weeks on end. That as long as we had those before the next hearing, so that we've got our eyes across where everything's landed.
Yes.
Before we go into the next hearing.
Yep.
Are you comfortable?
Well, I really liked that. It helped focus me, and I didn't even mind receiving it like a week before, because by that time I would have read I would have revised the information already sent to us. So even if it's a week before, I don't know how others feel, but I would find that helpful.
I'm just thinking that the next hearing is the 3rd to the 5th of September, so actually it's a bit shorter than our sort of normal 2 months. I think probably it would be around the 23rd of August, would be 4 weeks from now, but a week and a bit before the hearing, next hearing.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, the key thing for us is that yes, things change and things are evolving, but we're having to deal with the evidence and submissions as they come to us. And we need to be thinking about where our gaps are. And,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let me just check my list because there are a few things to we need to deal with in terms of timing. Oh, just jumping back to the fixed wing aircraft. Did you have any timing? You were quite keen to get some responses fairly quickly, so I'm wondering whether sort of a week or two for my response might be probably 2 weeks, I'd say.
Look, within a month.
Okay.
I would like to have the information that we've requested from you.
Yep.
And an update from Mr. McLennan.
Update. Yep.
Where he's landed.
Sure.
Progressing.
That sounds good. Yeah. So perhaps we could be aiming for the same date. Yeah.
The submitter was also concerned that if the noise rule issue is simply parked until it's dealt with as a hearing, they haven't obviously submitted on a noise rule or a provision, so there's potential issues of scope that they've raised there, and how which we might have to turn our minds to as to whether or not that can. I mean, I take the point there is already a noise rule in the plan, and whether or not it's hosted or not, we have to turn our minds to it. But they may seek to be heard when they see that report if the issue hasn't been.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think my feeling is that that's fair.
Yeah.
Given the way the issues have come about.
Yeah, of course, and we would take no issue with that at all. So I think I can't remember what I was going to say. It was Mr. McLennan can report back in a month, and I can report back in a month, and we'll go from there. Yep. I think that's all, other than reverse sensitivity mapping sort of exercise. I hope that we'd sort of have this, we'd be able to do that in the same sort of time frame. And then the only other thing that was outstanding is I'm not sure that we put any sort of time frames around the economic review.
No. I'm not sure how accessible, I mean, the council's commissioned economic or a review, at least as part of the preparation of section 32, I came across a few
yes.
things. So, look, to my mind, given the issues have narrowed so much, this is not a big deal. This is a 2-week turnaround in terms of a review.
A beginning peer review. It's just about availability of an expert. So, yeah. Perhaps, well, I think we just get on with it straight away, and if we sort of have any issues in terms of timing, we can perhaps let you know by way of an update.
You can update us
within
2 weeks as
sure.
to whether that report has been commissioned and
sure.
when it's likely to be received, and then we can work from there in terms of the timing to get it to the submitter.
Yep.
And again, these things, the preferences for these things to happen before the next hearing.
We can definitely work to that.
So
yeah.
Move into the next hearing.
Yes. Tied up. Yeah. Sure. I think that's all I had on my list of to-dos. Yeah. Thank you. I'll have to take your notes.
I was just aware that we've got lots of tabled letters.
Sorry, tabled what?
Tabled letters or tabled evidence
as
part of this hearing stream. And so I just wanted to check how those will be treated in any table reply.
We'll take account of anything that's
been raised.
That's
there.
right. Yeah. So any evidence that's coming in is factored into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Ms Hollier is just raising with me. Kiwi Rail was going to provide some further information. I presume that the panel will issue a minute or something around timing for that. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Because of course that's going to impact on the updating of the table for the 20th of August. Could be one of the. Yeah, sure. Yep.
Break now and return at 3:15. So will I. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bruce Spears. I'm a cadastral surveyor in town here. Have been for the last 34 years. Basically, we work in the resource management field because, of course, we have to do subdivision consent applications, get tied up into land use and all the rest of it over time. This is the second time I've submitted on district plan for Timaru. Last time, of course, was in the mid-90s with the current operative plan. And just some general comments in terms of the plan and the practicality of some of the issues involved. So we've got 4 here today, 66, 33 and 35, which are about landscaping in terms of the requirements of the plan. I believe it's the intent of council to require landscaping as part of the different general residential zone standards. Don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that you're going to specify it has to be in grass and in shrubs. To be honest, people are just going to ignore it. Simple as that. I'll give you an example. If we go down Heaton Street opposite the warehouse there, elderly person lives in one of the flats next to Murray Brown Electrical there. Couple of pot plants out the front, stones. Perfectly acceptable landscaping. I would hate to think what would happen if we've got an 80-year-old in a wheelchair and they're forced to have lawn and shrubs as their landscaping. The intent is to have enough space for landscaping for open space. So don't specify it has to be in grass and shrubs. It's not appropriate in certain circumstances. And if you get the public ignoring you anyhow, yeah, it's counterproductive for the integrity of the plan. Okay, so that's that one. The other one, of course, is the one about fencing against reserves and cycleways and what have you. So here we're looking at 66, 31 and what's the other one? 34. It's about fencing. Now, I see the recommendations of the officers is that you don't require you allow more than the 1.2 metre fence on a road. It's simply about privacy and security. You also need to do that against reserves and cycleways and what have you. I'll give you a couple of examples. Someone does nude gardening. It happens. You've got a reserve next door. All the kids are interested. Does council want to promote that? May have an exhibitionist. May have perverts in your reserve wanting to observe kids playing and all those sorts of issues. It's also very easy to get round what you've got as a... Theories are great, you know, it's a great idea. Practicality doesn't work. There are circumstances. First time council goes to get a land use consent to raise a fence, it's history. Okay, so why do it? Also, I don't believe you'll take someone to the Environment Court on that basis. Again, fairly easy to circumvent it in terms of the type of fence you erect. And of course, there's no requirement that you don't have a hedge next to a fence and all those sorts of issues. Absolutely. You need to protect the security and the privacy of the people. As all of you will know, in terms of subdivision, allotment size is decreasing all the time. We're now down under 300 square metres. My son's just bought a property in Christchurch, 80 square metres. It's getting smaller and smaller. The requirement for privacy outside and security in terms of people accessing the property is increasing all the time. A 1.2 fence just doesn't cut it anymore. And it's pretty easy to get around, to be honest. So all you're doing is leaving council open to people ignoring the plan. Okay? And that's not good for any of us. Any questions?
Yeah, no, I mean, thank you very much for your submission. So just in terms of fencing requirements, there were some questions this morning, I think from Commissioner Scott, Councillor Scott, of the Ms White, the 42A officer on fencing, and although it's not her expertise, but there's a general understanding that there are some good urban design principles that come from having lower fences or the ability for residents to see out onto the street, and that there are some safety benefits with that visibility into a property. Is that not your experience?
I don't, if a person wants to look out into reserves, and a lot of people have gates in their fence to get out to the reserve, let's be honest, they'll just have a low fence. Those that need or want privacy from the reserve, they should have the option to have a fence that gives them those abilities. So, and as I say, I think you're leaving yourselves wide open if you progress along those lines, but just to be abused. No one will, people will just ignore it.
So generally just leave it to the Fencing Act requirements and...
Let's be honest, in terms of a reserve, council's liable under the Fencing Act. So, yeah.
And what about fences taller than 1.8 or 2 metres? Generally, all my experience is that there'll be rules in a plan that effectively, or definitions that trigger those kind of fences to be considered effectively as buildings or other structures.
And that's again a privacy and security thing. A 1.8 doesn't worry my son. He's 6'4". He's already over 1.8. It affects most of us because we can't actually see over it unless we climb up right to it. Okay. So theory might be good. Practicality, you're setting yourself up for a fall if you impose low fences because people are simply going to ignore it in a lot of circumstances. People that want a low fence will have a low fence. Apart from that, yeah.
No, that's clear. Are there any other questions?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
thank you.
I'm just wanting clarification to understand what your comment about GRIS R1 per 3, delete the words located in the Māori purpose zone. What was the point of that?
Sorry, which one was that?
In your submission under general rural zone,
Yeah.
GRIS R1 per 3, I presume that is permitted 3, delete the words located in the Māori purpose zone. What was your reasoning behind that?
Okay, I wasn't actually going to talk on that. So, in terms of, sorry, I'm having to go straight off. I've got done no thinking about this for some months yet. The only thing I can remember is it was specifically against the Maori purposes zone, I think, wasn't it? It didn't affect the rest of any other zone whatsoever.
It relates to the grazing of stock within 50 metres of a residential unit under different ownership located in the Māori purpose zone. That's what per 3 says.
Okay.
To do with permanent ground cover.
Why is it against just the Maori purposes?
Well, you wanted to delete the words
so
located in the Māori purpose zone.
So if it's a rule for the district,
yes,
then it should be for the whole district, not just as it affects the Maori purposes zone.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
I don't think there are any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Spears, for your...
Thank you.
Mr. Gresson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
So we hand over to you in the first instance, is that correct? And you've
Yes,
filed
that's
some
correct.
legal
I've got.
submissions?
That's correct, and Ms Devlin will follow, and then Mr Geddes. I'm wary of the panel having received the pre-circulated material, and I didn't intend to read or speak to the written submissions. I did just want to cover off one point which I just became aware of recently following the lodgement of the written submissions, which was an issue raised by the council in respect of the scope of the relief sought in the submission.
Thank you.
They've made reference to the relief as to the site coverage standards and the objective and policy amendments that have been sought through the refined relief. The written submissions have made clear that in terms of the former, that relates to the site only as opposed to applying zone-wide. And in relation to the objectives and policies, that relies on the alternative relief of similar effect that's sought in the submission, and the intention of the submission being to provide for the attractive and functional buildings that will integrate with the adjacent residential activity within this location. The amendments to the policy wording was proposed with a view to achieving that, which is the basis on which scope is, or the relief is considered to be within scope.
So your position is the refined relief is somewhere between what the submitter was seeking in their submission and the plan as notified, is that?
That's correct.
And so you don't consider it relevant that the relief would extend beyond the site?
Not as far as the objectives and policies, given what I consider to be relatively, or certainly that the wording doesn't tend to depart from, in terms of the effects of the change in wording, would not be substantial as far as extending beyond the primary relief sought in the submission. I accept that it would apply beyond the site.
Okay. Well, we'll take a closer look at that. There's another that raises similar issues, so that's something we'll be considering in more detail. Thank you for those comments. Also, I mean, you don't have to take us through your submissions, but I just noticed in your statutory considerations, I'm sure it's just a typo, but you've referred to section 10 of the RMA, and I think you may mean clause 10 of schedule 1 of the RMA.
Yes, sorry,
That's right.
That's correct.
I've made that correction for you.
Thank you.
So unless there's anything else that you wanted to address us on, we're happy to hear Devlin. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass on to Ms Devlin.
Sorry, just getting organised there. Hi. My statement of evidence was very short, so we didn't do a summary. Do you need me to read any of it?
Can you, look, it is a bit late in the day. If it's short, can you just take us through it quickly, and that will just help refocus the mind.
Well,
thank you.
So just quickly on the first page, a bit of a background to Willow Ridge. The company that made this submission is basically the sister company, or the major landowning company of a number of companies, of which Homestead Properties is one. Now, Homestead Properties is the actual entity that purchased the land, somewhere between the district plan submissions and now. So just they're all under the Willow Ridge umbrella. Willow Ridge has had a lot of development experience in Central Otago, Dunedin and Bucargo, both residential and commercial. Notably in Wanaka, we're the company behind the Three Parks development, which is basically a new commercial centre. in Wanaka, and in Dunedin we've got a lot of experience in commercial development, particularly in the Andersons Bay industrial business area. So we've been on the go for about over 30 years now. So that a lot of proven experience. We've been looking in Timaru for some time for suitable commercial development sites for our own businesses, as well as to develop buildings to lease. So then just going on to describe our interest in this site, which is that the entity that purchased it was Home Centre Properties, which is a related company to Willow Ridge. And then our development aspirations for the site at this stage would be to develop quick serve restaurants, which we identified at the location with the showgrounds development, the state highway, and the fact that it's always had a kind of takeaway presence there on that corner. That would be a very good use for that site. We're just working through the process of getting some pricing for clearing the site there, and working with some prospective operators who are particularly interested in that site. So we are hoping to progress into design shortly, and that's basically where we're at with that site.
Thank you. Can you just clarify for us, from the company's perspective, what is your preferred planning outcome in this process?
Preferred planning outcome would be a zone that would support the end use that we've identified of something commercial for the full site there. I think the approach that we've arrived at in Mr. Geddes' evidence is probably a good solution for us and for what we want to do there.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. In the last paragraph of your statement, you've mentioned that you're currently in the feasibility and design stage, and that you would be looking to gain necessary consents later this year and construction next year. I'm interested in how that kind of design consenting process aligns with what you're trying to, what outcomes you're seeking from this process.
In terms of the timeline, or?
Yeah, in terms of the timeline, but also the outcome you're hoping to see in the district plan and the implementation of that, compared to what consents you're seeking later this year.
Well, I think, as I said, the consents we're seeking would be for quick serve restaurants, and the outcome of the district plan process would enable that as well. But in terms of timing, I think that we will be lodging resource consents prior to the district plan becoming operative for the site.
Okay.
Thank you. There's no further questions from you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Geddes.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Geddes.
So as you've heard from Alison, Willowbridge is seeking to establish a fast food restaurant site. The relief sought in their submission is to rezone the site local centre zone, or an alternative release of similar effect. So there's actually quite wide scope there. My evidence explained a refined relief sought, which in summary seeks to rezone the site either local centre zone or neighbourhood centre zone. And in relation to the rule requirements, amend local centre zone rule 3. Now I've actually referred to the wrong rule in my evidence, just note I've referred to rule 4 rather than rule 3. So what we're requesting is to amend rule 3 to provide for a 500 square metre total gross floor area per site,
rather than a 450 square metre, so that's only a 50 square metre increase. And to amend Rule 1 in the neighbourhood centre zone to, so it applies to any single or separate commercial premises up to 300 square metres in gross floor area, as opposed to the total gross floor area of commercial activities on the site, or alternatively, that the gross floor area of that rule is changed to 500 square metres. Also, we're seeking amendments to Objective 1 in the local centre zone and Policy 1 in the neighbourhood centre zone to include the words the convenience needs of people passing through the area. Now, the reason for that is that it clarifies the role and function of the zone and avoids any argument over whether fast food restaurants that serve state highways are appropriate in those zones. If there is a concern about any wider implications of these changes, we're quite happy to accept a site-specific or precinct. Obviously, that's quite different to what I was asking for this morning, but obviously quite different circumstances. And given that the site is actually mostly zoned neighbourhood centre zone in the proposed district plan, and given the similarity between the neighbourhood centre zone and the local centre zone, the changes sought or relief sought are relatively minor and inconsequential in my view. So now turning to the reasons for the relief sought. So the first reason is that the proposed district plan zoning provisions may prevent or hinder the submitter's proposal, and the reason for that is fast food restaurants, I should say that part of the site is zoned residential, and fast food restaurants are discretionary activity in the residential zone and are likely to be considered contrary to the objectives and policies. And so that's an issue. And also the gross floor area requirements of the neighbourhood centre zone and local centre zone are also potentially an issue which would default to discretionary activity. The relief sought would enable the proposal, which of course will have corresponding positive effects on the local economy, provide additional restaurants. And after living here all my life and being the planning manager for many years, it's not often we actually have a developer come to town who's tried and tested and actually wants to do something reasonably quickly. So, thirdly, the site is located, is well located, really. Most of the sites are rezoned neighbourhood centre zone under the operative district plan and the proposed district plan, so that's makes it suitable for what we're asking for. There's already been a fast food premises on the site. There's a large amount of commercial activities existing in the area, so commercial activities on this site are not going to be out of character at all. And the site has excellent visibility from the state highway and also excellent accessibility via the new intersection. And of course, there's not many restaurants in that area that serve that part of Timaru at all. I think there's a sushi restaurant in the showground. So, the purpose of these zones is to serve the local area, so it will achieve that. And in terms of the request to rezone the site local centre zone, I just note that all the fast food restaurants further south on Evans Street are all zoned local centre zone. So it's, I suppose, a matter of consistency. And in terms of protecting neighbours, I note that there's standards in the local centre zone and neighbourhood centre zone that do protect the amenity of those adjoining properties, so that's not an issue. And the proposal enjoys some alignment with the strategic directions of the proposed district plan and some higher order documents, as outlined in my evidence. And also the Section 32 analysis provided in my evidence demonstrates that enabling fast food restaurants on the site is the most effective and efficient means of achieving the objectives of both those zones that seek to provide for a range of commercial activities that serve the needs of the neighbourhood. Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I was just interested on why you consider that there's really no difference between a neighbourhood centre zone and a local centre zone.
It's just that, I suppose it comes down to what's permitted in that zone. both are permitting around 300, 450 square metres of retail. So it's very similar.
Do they not fulfil different functions in terms of a hierarchy of centres when you consider their definition under the National Planning Standards?
Yeah, they probably do, but it's not exactly well expressed, I suppose. And so I suppose my point is that in terms of to this client, it doesn't really make any difference too much to them. In terms of the role and function, yes, in the district plan, perhaps it's not well expressed though.
But we're here to consider what's most appropriate for the district plan, not just what's most appropriate for an individual land use. It's not a resource consent or a private plan change.
That's correct, and that's why my refined relief sort seeks the neighbourhood centre zone.
In forming your opinion, did you seek any advice or input from an economist in terms of distributional effects of change in zoning for this site?
No, I just don't think that's relevant because, I mean, in some respects, it's we've got the Showgrounds Hill, which has been a major distribution effects, and this is just purely a restaurant that's going to serve people in that neighbourhood and traffic on the state highway. So, and by their nature, these activities, they tend to want to be located at these locations. They don't. These clients, they wouldn't come to town if we put them in the middle of Timaru.
Why can't the activity be pursued by way of resource consent in that?
Well, as explained in the evidence, so only part of the site is zoned neighbourhood centre zone. Part of the site's also zoned, general residential zone. So that's a discretionary activity in that zone. There's no objectives and policies that talk about supporting commercial activities in that zone, and so it creates a policy barrier. Could be considered contrary to those objectives and policies, and therefore it's a risk. And this client's seeking to, and that's why they're seeking to extend that zone, the neighbourhood centre zone, or call it or zone it local centre zone.
Okay. Just, I mean, given the timing of the landowner's aspirations for the site and this process, are you saying that the landowner's just going to sit and wait for the outcome of this process, or I understood them to say they were going to pursue, they're ready to go?
Well, that's what they said, and often what you'll find, and I imagine you've dealt with a lot of development in your time too, is that these things do tend to take a lot longer than what people would like, and we've got clients, it just takes a couple of years to even get it into the council. And so with all the best intentions, they'd like to pursue this straight away, and if they do, they'll have to seek resource consent, and if they have to do that, they'll have to live with the provisions in the operative district plan, and this is completely irrelevant. But if it takes a couple of years and you release your decisions on submissions, then it will hopefully enjoy some support. And of course, the other thing is, if it is established by resource consent now, it will enjoy the ongoing support of the new plan in terms of its operation or any expansion.
And I have to ask you, because you were here this morning telling us that precincts weren't appropriate for what was quite a unique activity. I simply don't understand why you consider a precinct to be appropriate in this situation for what is a reasonably generic activity within local areas.
Yeah, so what I said was, if you were concerned about the wider implications of our amendments, so we've amended objectives and policies to, we're saying, suggest amendments to objectives and policies in both zones. So if you were concerned about having wider implications, we'd be quite happy to accept a site-specific rule or a precinct. It doesn't worry us. I suppose what the client's prerogative is to enable the development they're seeking here. And so, and obviously that's quite a different scenario this morning in terms of what I'm talking about, where I'm talking about a site that needs to expand. This is a site that's, or a client that's quite comfortable with the land that they've got. And so the rules can apply to that defined spatial area.
So when you say us, what we're asking you for is your expert professional opinion as a planner. What is the difference in planning terms between a precinct that would apply to a site occupied by an activity such as Bidwell Hospital compared with a takeaway food outlet in this location from a planning perspective, not the client's aspirations? Your opinion.
I don't think I understand the question there. So you're saying what's the difference between the two?
Yes, as I understand it, in the case of Bidwell, the client is also, yes, potentially interested in other sites around its existing site.
That's right, yeah.
And the limitations, as I understand it, of a precinct is that you feel that might be a constraint on them
Yeah, so that's the constraint.
expanding their land use. How is that different from the current situation where we have a neighbourhood centre zone surrounded by a residential activity?
So it's quite different because Bidwell were looking to expand into adjoining land. So if you create if you draw a circle around that land and say it's a precinct, then those rules that enable that development only apply to that land. So as soon as I step over the boundary, those rules don't apply and they don't enjoy that support of those provisions. This is quite a different situation because they're quite happy with the rules just applying to their land. They don't need to expand into adjoining land.
Right, and their land, sorry, I may have misunderstood, so their land includes the residential allotment?
Yes, that's right.
The neighbourhood
They've
centre.
purchased that, yeah. So
And there's no interest beyond that area?
So it's sort of like the opposite situation.
Right, No, that's helpful. I had misunderstood.
That seemed like a complete contradiction, but it's just a completely different situation.
Well, it's important that, you are here to give us planning evidence, and we need to make sure that we are lined up in terms of our understanding of what you're telling us.
Correct.
Not to be confused with your client's aspirations.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do have a plan, and we've got the plan up here, so I had misinterpreted the plan on the wall. So those are the questions I had. I'll just check in with other commissioners. Thank you.
Were traffic effects taken in? Were traffic effects been assessed?
No.
Given that the main road, or the State Highway 1, I think, adjoins the site?
No, they haven't by us. Now, the site, and the reason why is that the site under the operative district plan is zoned neighbourhood centre zone, or it's like commercial 3 or something like that under the operative district plan, but it is a neighbourhood centre zone under the operative plan. And so that's why under the proposed district plan it's also neighbourhood centre zone. And so that's why there's been no assessment in terms of any traffic impact assessment in relation to this matter at all.
So does a fast food restaurant generate the same amount of traffic as a neighbourhood centre zone?
Well, possibly. That's not my area of expertise, but I would expect it to be reasonably similar. So at the moment, at that site, there's a neighbourhood centre zone, and there's, I don't know, there's 5 or 6 different premises. So it's just a strip of shops. And so that obviously generates a certain amount of traffic. I don't know how much traffic it generates, but it would depend on who's in there, I'm guessing. And fast food restaurants, depending on how well they trade, I suppose, would be something similar. But I have to say that's outside my area of expertise. But I think the key thing is, all we're saying here is, all we're requesting is that for the neighbourhood centre zone to be extended, or it to be changed to local centre zone to facilitate what this particular client wants to do.
So do you think at some point a traffic assessment might be needed?
As I said, I don't think it matters because there's a baseline of activity. The site's already zoned neighbourhood centre zone, and so I wouldn't think it would be required. And the traffic situation's been improved because of the intersection there, so I wouldn't expect there to be too many issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. Following on from Commissioner Solomon's question, given the site is beside a state highway, have you engaged Waka Kotahi at all in the relief that you're seeking for that site? I imagine they would be quite interested, and indeed it's quite a important issue for them to understand any change in terms of the functioning and the safety of a state highway. That would be an orthodox, kind of quite standard aspect to explore. Have you approached NZTA Waka Kotahi to explore what their concerns might be in relation to what you're seeking here?
I haven't. I've only been involved with this in the last couple of weeks, but so you could direct that question to Alison, and she might be able to tell you more. But I'll just explain one thing though. Is generally on state highways, what NZTA are wanting to do is to be able to access off the smaller road, so not directly onto the state highway, and that's logically where any access would be to this facility. Which would be from the, can't remember the name of the street, Grants Road, is it? And if that was the case, I wouldn't think there would be any problem at all. But again, I'm not a traffic expert, Commissioner, so I can't give you any evidence on that.
Ms Devlin, are you aware of any approach to Waka Kotahi has been undertaken in relation to your aspirations on the site?
Well, in terms of this process, the district plan submissions, no, we haven't approached that. That would have been, they would have had the ability to make further submissions. I wouldn't normally approach something like NZTA, consult with people for district plan submissions. For a resource consent application, we would though. We have had discussions with a local traffic engineer with regards to what the traffic and transportation issues might be, and we've certainly identified the limited access road. His initial thoughts were that the use that we're looking at, there wouldn't be a particular problem with that in terms of traffic effects. It's particularly with the new signalised junction at Grants Road and the State Highway. So yeah, we have had initial discussions, to answer your question, with traffic engineer, and would engage the same engineer to have correspondence with the appropriate parties, as part of the resource consent process.
Thank you.
I could probably just add to that my response there, if that's all right, Madam Chair. So NZTA obviously haven't made a submission on the continuation of this zoning, and they've also made no further submission on our submission. So that may indicate that they are not concerned.
We do accept that this is a public process, and the summary of submissions have been out there, and as you say, that at least on the face of it, the submission did seek a rezoning of for the site. It's not for us to speculate why or why not Waka Kotahi chose not to submit.
That's right.
On this, but I have to say though, I am just a bit concerned. I mean, you are proposing a change of zoning, or at least an extension of zoning, and I'm happy for you to respond, but I'm just thinking in terms of planning practice, wouldn't it be usual practice to seek some input from traffic engineering and other specialties, whether it's urban design or, as I've identified, economic evidence, in terms of a planner forming an opinion as to whether or not a particular zone type was most appropriate in terms of Section 32 of the RMA?
There's a couple of questions in there. In terms of the change of zone and the economic advice, we're quite happy to keep the zone neighbourhood centre zone, if that was a concern. And the zones both facilitate commercial activities anyway. And in traffic, sort of lost my train of thought on that. Sorry, that was to say, I'm pretty sure there's a rule now And I'd have to look at, again, at the proposed district plan. I'm pretty sure there's a rule with access onto the state highway requiring access from the subsidiary road or from the secondary road. And those rules were, the traffic rules were done in collaboration with the NZTA. And so, you know, on that basis, I'd assume that they'd be comfortable with that's already an existing zone. So there is already a baseline of traffic movements pulling into that site. Obviously, our proposal, if it was fast food restaurants, would be designed in a way that would be safe. That's just goes hand in hand with creating a proper fast food restaurant. And so I would expect, given the rules of the plan, we're accessing it off Grants Road and there'll be no issues. But
you would accept it as an extension of the zone. I mean, you in your answer to questions from Commissioner Solomon, you pointed the fact that it is already zoned, but it's only half zoned.
Yeah, so the two properties to the south are not zoned, so it is an extension, yeah.
So you don't think it would have been necessary input to have that economic or traffic input into an evaluation of the appropriateness of the extension of the zone?
Potentially in traffic, potentially in traffic it would be because traffic could access those two new properties from the state highway. Obviously, you know, the applicants, the submitter's intention is to develop it comprehensively, and access would be from Grants Road. But so that's potentially a concern. Okay. But in terms of distribution effects, it just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be worth going there to an economist to say, can you just assess the impact of two fast food restaurants on the town centre? I don't think that would be a worthwhile exercise to do.
Okay. Any more questions? No, I think. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Gresson. Was there anything you wanted to respond to in conclusion, or is that the case?
No, thank you. I think that was all covered in the questions and answers to Mr. Geddes.
Okay, thank you. And just out of courtesy, Mr. Gresson, I would just like Mr. Geddes to just remain. We've just got a follow-up question from a submitter that in relation to a submission he made to us this morning, if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's okay with me.
Thank you. Mr. Geddes, just following up on our conversation this morning around the scope issue for Bidwell Hospital, I understand we had a conversation with Council for the Council just prior to the tea break around time frames for responses to various matters, and she'd indicated that she'd provided you with a copy or was going to provide you with a copy of the legal submissions. Have you, that were made on scope? Sorry,
Sorry, I did just say that I had a conversation with Mr. Geddes about the position that we sort of took in the legal submissions, or the issue that we raised, rather than actually providing a copy, but it is available on the website.
All right. So I take it you haven't seen them yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay. I just wanted to put some time frames around. Would you be in a position to come back to us by the close of business on Monday, just with some comments in writing as to whether or not you accept the position that's been outlined by Council in terms of the scope issue that she has raised, or whether, if you don't accept it, that's fine, we'd just like to know that, and then we can work out what the next steps are in terms of how we deal with that submission.
I'd probably want time to engage, for Bidwell to engage their own lawyer on that, just to seek their own legal advice.
That's fine.
And of course the problem is just, you know, capacity with them and getting someone to do that. So we would like
it's not a lengthy submission. Scope issues are well understood. So I think,
yes.
Look, if you need a week, I'd just like you to perhaps let the hearings administrator know. I'll give you till Friday next week, and then just as to your progress on resolving that issue, the panel is quite keen to keep our, we're going to be preparing for the next hearing, and so we just want to round out if there are any sort of significant issues that we need to address in the meantime. So your help with letting us know, or at least asking Bidwell to let us know what their position is on the scope issue, because if the scope if you're on the same page as the council with scope issue, really the next step is how can we find a solution to the issue that your client is wanting in a way that doesn't offend, doesn't create the scope issue.
Yeah. No, understood, and we appreciate the week time period, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that.
No problem.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end. I was going to ask you, Karaki, I'm closing. You're right. Is that right? I feel bad.
Sorry, Madam
That's
Chair.
right.
I just forgot, there was one thing that I just wanted to raise with you that I forgot before the afternoon tea break, and that's in relation to the Aitken submission. So that's the area around Halley Terrace. I just wanted to signal, again, I've had a conversation with Ms White, I just wanted to signal that the scope issue is the only barrier from her perspective. So she's reasonably comfortable with the merits of rezoning from 27 Halley Terrace, and she can jump in and correct me if she needs to the south, which I think is maybe 4 other properties, something along those lines. 4 other properties to the south.
I see.
So this barrier is scope, and I appreciate that you've given Ms Hamilton the opportunity to address scope once she's well, but I just wanted to let you know that that's the only issue really, and that I will reach out to Ms Hamilton and let her know that, and allow her obviously to make her submissions on scope, but depending on where that lands, we will come back to you with a proposal in terms of how we might be able to deal with that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, and yeah, it's unfortunate we haven't been able to progress that aspect, but thank you for pointing that out. That is an important point that we need to think about. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for your assistance this week. The 42A reports have been very helpful, and we really do appreciate the extra work that's gone into presenting a summary of those points to assist us. So thank you, and thank you, Ms. Wheeler.
So we'll end with a karakia. We'll start with the week with a karakia to keep the week nice and safe, and this karakia will send us all home safely, on safe travel. So kia tātou katoa te atawhai o tātou ariki ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhi nā tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, 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 āmene.